It's Friday. I hadn't even taken a sip of anything yet, just coffee. Hi, you guys, and welcome. Happy Friday. Let's introduce our panelists. We have Mistaken, Enas, HD, Saida, Marky Mark, and I am Shan Monet. Welcome to a Chic Critique. You can unmute your mics now. You guys, I think I'm going to teach an etiquette class. You guys used to take etiquette classes back in the day? So I'm going to teach one. Don't act like, oh, Mistaken. Don't do that.
No, you said.
Listen, when I go out on dates, I clutch my pearls. I'm very ladylike.
No, you said, remember how they used to teach etiquette classes back in, I never went. So that's what I was saying. Too.
I don't think you're supposed to be out.
You did? You went to an etiquette class, Shan?
I did.
Did you get your money back?
Just because I have strayed away into the land of ATL does not mean I have left my Alabama ways, my Southern Belle behind. You heathens. I still go to church. I used to meet you there, but I haven't seen you since COVID.
Since COVID's been, yeah.
Shots fired.
Since COVID's been. Actually, my mom.
I threw that out there for God. He was.
You got all the excuses. Mistaken. You should just be quiet and be like, "Yeah, it's true."
My mom was here yesterday. I had asked her, has she been? She hasn't been back either, but she's been watching on. She's been still doing online.
Yeah, that was a joke. I'm just joking.
I fell off. No, you telling the truth.
Yeah. I told you God asked about you last Sunday.
You said God asked about me? Oh, no, I still speak to him every day. So
he didn't know you no more, you know what I'm saying?
He know where I'm at.
She acting funny.
Comedy gold.
I'm joking, y'all. It's Friday. Mistake is my friend, so... All right, you guys. So tonight we are talking about commitment versus being exclusive. Are they the same? What do you guys think? Just off the bat, what do you think? Do you think that they're the same? And what's the difference?
Well, if I had to give a quick guess, I use the example of when you're trying to get a track. So if you were to buy a track, right? You have exclusive rights, right? But you could also choose not to use it, but you have the ability to use it. Versus commitment is much more intentional and, it's much more active than if you just have the exclusive rights to something. So I kind of look at it like exclusive means that, you do belong to this person, but commitment shows how you work through and how do you manage the exclusive relationship that you have.
Okay. Anybody else before we get into it?
I think he was spot on because if exclusive doesn't mean monogamy, right? Exclusive doesn't mean you could have lots of different scenarios where exclusive just means excluding others that aren't included in the inclusive. You know what I mean? The inclusive body of whatever that is, be it a relationship, be it a club, be it a boat, be it whatever. There's an inclusive resort and a non-inclusive resort, right? So it's not strictly relegated to the context of monogamy. But I know that's what you meant in there. So I'm going to say that I don't think that exclusive and what was the other thing?
Commitment.
What was the other word? Commitment. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. So I think you can be committed while being inclusive, depending on the parameters of whatever it is within that relationship that you set up. Like I say, it's 2023. People are going back to their roots and further into the future at the same damn time. So you got new types of relationships with old type of values.
These bootleg relationships. I'm so tired of these. Another ship has been added to. I can't do it no more. This is the most bootleg dating scene I have ever known to man.
Go Why ahead. Is it bootleg?
It is.
I think it's great. This is a great time to be alive. I swear.
It's for men, I guess.
What? What do you mean?
It is horrible.
Women got different dudes saved on their phone for different abilities.
It is horrible. This dating scene is absolutely a mess. But go ahead, Enos. Did you want to say anything? No.
Yeah. So like what the gentleman said, and I saw somebody in the chat ask, what does it mean to commit and not be exclusive? I know as women, we all know that girl who, you know, has feelings for a man and she feels like they're exclusive, but they're not exclusive. They might be more of a situationship, but in her head it's a, so she's fully committed, even though there's no titles, so I think that's what that looks like. And I think that's why what Marcus said is really important, that because they aren't mutually exclusive, there's a lot of room for interpretation. And if you're not communicating clearly, then I don't think you really have either or.
Saida?
I agree. You guys pretty much cover it. It's just if you look at it differently for both words, they have different meanings. Exclusive is just what Marcus said, excluding other people from it, but that doesn't mean that I am committed or dedicated to the cause. Because we all have, you know, certain things that we want or expect, right? Like the expectations we have in a relationship. But what's the point of having someone that is only dating me exclusively, but that person is not committed in their relationship or meeting my expectations? So that could be a difference. But I think Ines covered it pretty well to explain, you know, that one person can be committed because in their head they think that exclusive means, okay, he's just me. But in reality, the other person is just thinking, I'm just with one person, but that doesn't mean that I'm fully invested in the relationship.
Mistaken?
I'll pass. Everyone summed it up nicely.
You know, it's so funny. And somebody just hit it right on in the chat. I think that what has happened here is relationships have taken a turn for we don't know what. It's like the Twilight Zone, you know. They were meant for something, and now they're just turning into pleasure-seeking, selfish acts. Okay, and so you have to used to be where these two probably were. You know, they lived in the same family. They were like all in one. Like if you were exclusive, you were in a part of a commitment. Now they seem to be very different. Exclusive can be, I'm monogamous. I'm with you. Exclusively, we are dating each other, but there is no commitment here. I think of commitment is we are taking this on together. I'm committed to you. You are a priority in my life. There's some security there. Not just I'm dating you and you only, because what benefit is that? I'm just anyway, one of the questions that came up, because these are just brain tease, because and then I'm going to what I wanted the icebreaker to be, but somebody stated in the comment, and I want you guys to tell me if you think that this is true. The dating scene is only a mess if you are looking for marriage. As we age, there are less marriage-minded people left in the market. Do you think that that's the truth? Do you guys agree with that?
I think it's true. When you are looking for marriage and you're intentional, your expectations are higher and your standards are higher. So that's why you don't let just anyone get in your life. But I think I don't know if you ever heard about the REM, which is the relationship attachment model, that it talks about what is the stages and how we should approach relationships. So we should be getting to know each other, you know, no information about the other person. The touching is the last part, but people date to have sex. That's the point. People is dating to have sex. So they don't care about getting to know the person. They don't even pay attention, and they are already coming to the date with a negative mindset of, okay, if she says this, I'm going to ask these questions. If she answers this way, like, we're humans, for God's sake. We're humans. and people expect some reality that they come up with in their minds that is just crazy. So I think it's just all twisted, and it's people just waiting to have marriage from date one. And it's like, come on, you can know, but you don't have to sleep with that person. That's the difference. You can go on a date and see if that person is marriage material, and see like, okay, you know, I kind of get along with her. Yes, no, I don't have to sleep with that person just because I went on a date.
I'll never understand that. I'll never understand you looking at a person for the first time like, I want to sleep with you. Never. I've never seen a man at the first date going, I want to jump into bed with you right now. Never have I met him. Well, he is a unicorn to me. Like, where is he?
Yeah, they definitely.
I want to meet him. Anybody else wanted to add on to that? I think that people, okay, so marriage minded for sure. But I do think that there are people who their goal, when they date, their goal is to be married. I think that there's a confusion between men and women. Women go on dates for very different reasons than men, for the most part. Now, we know that there's a select few, they're just going to have fun, especially new generation. But I think that for the most part, most women want a commitment. They want marriage. It's very few that don't, unless they've been divorced or something along the way. Most women do. And I think that what has happened is they think that going a certain route will lead them to marriage, but it's doing the exact opposite. Does that make sense? Does anybody disagree with me? Go ahead, Enos. I see your little finger.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I disagree with Money, Marriage, and Media's statement. Marriage is a mess for everybody. Even if you're not looking for commitment, it's still a mess. Even if you're looking for something long-term that is not marriage, it's still a mess. I think there's so many, because what you guys were saying earlier, all these different variations of relationships that people are looking for. Sifting through people has gotten so much harder than it has ever before. And it's interesting, the last statement is, as we age, there are less marriage-minded people left on the market. I don't know how we can make that statement when, like, it's a 50% divorce rate, getting close to 60%. Like, those people typically want to get remarried. And so I don't agree with the statement. I agree with like the idea of it, that it's all a mess out there. I just don't agree with the specific statement.
That was just one thing, one caveat that I was thinking about with the statement as well, is because I would think that as we age, you would end up finding a larger pool of people who are marriage minded, because you typically waste your younger years on you doing, you know, the things that you want to do. And then as you age and you get older, you realize you're ready to settle down. So I would think that as you get older, you would have a larger market.
Anybody else want to chime in on that right there?
So I think I'm gonna be the dissenting opinion, because I feel like as men, there should be way more. So I think it's different for each gender, right? For the most part, I think it's much harder probably for women due to the amount of men that they see as possible candidates. I think because I you know my philosophy about men and women, right? So I think that a lot more can be done in the role of teaching.
You're gonna have your whole episode next week, okay? So stay tuned, so you don't have to preach this. I know what you're talking about, right?
What's that? Hold on, let me know. I didn't say it. I didn't say it.
Next week we're gonna focus in on that next week, okay?
All right, I'm gonna leave it that in. I'm gonna leave it there.
Because Mark is gonna keep.
You're gonna have to let him host. He's gonna have to be the host.
That's gonna be your episode, Marky Mark. Jesus.
Well, I wasn't even. This the ironic part. I wasn't even going there.
Okay, go ahead. I shouldn't have stopped you. Go ahead.
But you know what? Can we do that episode where we don't even use the word? We just. I wonder what. That's the whole episode. I wonder. I wonder. There's a solution for that. I wonder what that solution is. No,
that's the title. There's a solution.
There's a solution. There is a solution. there definitely is a solution. We all know, including the chat. Maybe Seattle don't know yet, but she'll probably figure it out soon. What the solution is. We all know what the solution. But all right, anyway. No, I like again. I feel as though if as far as you a woman, if you meet the attractiveness requirements and you willing to listen and learn like how that man wants to be treated and wants to be dealt with and all those things, I think you could pretty much figure your way through the maze of getting married as a man if you wanted to find a wife and just like pick one, right? That I truly believe that. So I think it's different for a woman. So that's why I dissent on that opinion.
Good job. So I'm gonna throw it off a little bit and then bring it back, okay? Because we're gonna start with the meat at the beginning because you guys like to turn things around, and I just want to make sure we get it in there and not at 2:00 in the morning. So we'll do it backwards today. So there was we couldn't play the video because the video has music to it, but there was a video that's been circulating. There's this woman and she's a wife, and she was saying that her husband is not meant to protect other women. Her husband is only there to protect her. He is, if there's something were to happen, his job is not to protect any other woman. It's only protect her because he married her and her children. How do you guys feel? Did you guys see that?
It was one other part where she said that if you want protection, then go find your own husband.
And that's what she said. So I have my idea on that, but go ahead. I want to hear y'all.
There's a solution for
that. Listen, you want
nope, just keep going. Just keep going. I ain't want to chime in.
You know, I got some stuff to say about that. I got a whole I'm putting you together, Marky Mark. But go ahead. Does anybody want to because I don't mind saying my piece if that's what y'all want to hear.
All right, so look.
Okay.
Mistake, you got it.
You go ahead. No, Marcus, you go.
Okay. Can I say something?
Yes, Aida.
Okay, so I think I respect that, what she's saying, simply because the fact that you're not protecting other women doesn't mean that you're hurting them. So you should just not hurt other women. By not hurting them, you are already protecting, because let me give you an example. If a lion is in front of us right now, it can go against Marcus, against HD, against me. It can eat all of us. It's not going to see like, okay, it's a man, it's a woman, I'm going to go. No, it's going to see whoever is weak. Yes, men are stronger. They run faster. Yes, they could be the last ones, but it's still going to eat you. But if a man and a woman is alone, a man can still hurt a woman. So in reality, women, you know what we go through every day. We get hurt by men. So I don't think that a man should protect another woman that is getting herself in trouble, that is putting herself in, in a certain situation that is not smart, because the wise also, if we get into the Bible, the wise should walk away from, any situation. Is not.
Well, we're not talking about mischief, like you starting something. We're talking about like if you're going to the grocery store and she's just in a terrible situation because she's a woman, and that type of situation.
That says more about him, about who he is, the values that he has, what type of person he is. That's what I see. Not that he has to do it, because he doesn't have to. At the end of the day, he's a man, and he has his own brain, and he will say, you know what? I think by getting myself into the situation, I might get in trouble. So that's a wise man, by not getting in the situation. So that's why I see, like, it depends on the situation. I would respect if he decides to, you know what? I don't think it was my business to get involved. I understand, but I would rather, stay away. But if it's a situation where, it's possibility to protect another woman or help someone, then it's also valuable. I think it depends on the person.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Ms. Dakin.
So for me, I think the part of the issue is I don't think a man should just be randomly running around talking about, they're Superman and trying to, save the world. But I do think that there is a level of responsibility just in general in terms of humanity, right? And if like that saying, you see something, you say something. If you can do something, you do something. But I know like now the environment has gotten so like hands off, like nobody wants to do nothing but they'll record it and sit there and do that. But I think if it's in you as a person, if you're saying that you are a protector, I don't think that it just stops at, well, I'm gonna just protect this little piece right here. Like if I'm a caring person, I'm just not gonna care for my circular, my nuclear family, and that's it. If that's in me, if I see somebody that needs nurturing or caring, I'm just automatically gonna do that. So I also think in terms of men, like for me, if there was a situation where I saw somebody that was in need and my husband was with me and he didn't help, it would make me uncomfortable. Like I would be like, oh, go help that lady. Not that I would have to tell him, but it would make me uncomfortable to know that if he could provide help or provide protection, that he wouldn't. Now, if it was a safety issue, a dangerous issue that he can get, killed or something, I would not want him to just jump in head first and be like, oh, I'm going to save the day. But helping could be, let me call 911, like do something. That's my thing. I think we've moved so far from just that humanity aspect that has gotten out of control.
And let me say this, because this is going to go into the super chat, because I just wanted to say my spiel as well. It says, wife, daughter's mother. Thank you for the super chat, W. And let me get a little closer, because y'all know I asked. Actually, I need to get a little back. I think I'm farsighted. Wife's daughter's mother. The only females a man is obligated to protect. My only thing about this is I feel like men are here, women, as far as strength. You have men, for the most part, women, and then you have children. At what point, so I think that men protect women, women protect children. If we keep it like, oh, it's your family, well, who's to say that if your kid getting kidnapped, do I not step in because that's not my child? Just because that child doesn't belong in my household, do I not say stop it from happening? Because when we want to be territorial, you look at the entire picture, and that'll be a fucked up situation within that. If I were to do that, because at the end of the day, you can't say, "Oh, it's your family," and then not go for the whole entire family. Does that understand? I know that we have a soft spot for kids, and we're like, "Well, who would ever do that?" But what I'm saying to you is the same thing. If a woman and you see this woman is helpless, and there's something you can do. Now, I'm not saying you should put yourself in danger. Absolutely not. But if it's something that you can do it safely, why wouldn't you want to do that? Just like if it was something I could do, if there was a child, like I feel like women are over children and it's not my child, I don't have to know the child. I'm going to look out for the child because the child is in a situation where that child is vulnerable and I'm the adult there and I can do something about it. Does that make sense to anybody? So when we start getting to that whole thing, this is my household, then you're saying your whole household. So let's just say Johnny runs out the house. Is that not my business? Should I not go ring the doorbell and say, hey, your kid? I just saw a TikTok where a kid was on the ledge in a building skyrise running to the other side. Almost had a heart attack, and I'm on the other end of the phone. Luckily, the kid didn't fall, but as a person, like a human, I'm going to run and try to tell the parent that, hey, your kid is running and could potentially kill herself, because that's just the human in me. I could say it's not my business, right?
I think it's just a cultural thing, to be honest, because I'm hearing right now. And I heard before that, I don't know if it's just people from New York, to be honest. That's how someone told me. New Yorkers are like that. I don't know if anyone from New York here. I don't know. I'm saying someone told me from the US. I don't think it's, for everybody or applies to everybody. But they say like people walk like it's just their business. They're minding their business and they don't care about what anything else happens. And that person was surprised that here everybody's like, good morning, good afternoon. Elder people, like no matter who is on the street, you say good morning, good afternoon. And that person kind of was like, I feel weird people smiling and greeting, and this doesn't happen over there. But when you're saying it right now, the reason why I'm mentioning this is because here it's very common that our neighbors and community will get involved. If anything happens, we help each other.
Right.
No matter what. And some people will call us nosies, but in reality, it's because if we something that is not usual, not normal, hey, alarms on. So if we notice something's happening to a woman on the street, a lot of men, not one man, multiple men will come to defend that person. So those things doesn't usually happen here.
And it's so funny because somebody just said, well, kids are universal. But how many times have we started hearing the circulated F them kids? Like, you think it is you're universal right now. But imagine if this trend keeps on going, everybody starts being out for self. It is only a time where people are going to be like, F them kids. Okay? Because it's already starting that way. We used to be like you, Saida. We used to care about a village. It used to be the person down the street used to watch the kids, the grandmother, the whole neighborhood used to watch the kids. Now we're getting to, oh, don't touch my kids. Now it's going to be, the trend is just going to keep going. So you guys are saying that now, but I just see it's just going to get worse and worse as we progress. Go ahead, Marcus.
So that video made me like question some things, and I think I've been struggling with since I had kids, right? So it's been enough situations that it warrant me to really have to think about this, where people were in danger and I stepped in and put myself in the same danger or worse danger or escalated it trying to help or protect them. And it went well, but it could have easily went left. Like guns was involved sometimes, a drowning situation another time. Man was beating a woman, like stripped her dress off. She running down the street naked. We intervened, all type of stuff, right? And there was another incident where this building collapsed and the porch like fell on 5 people, 3 of which died. And I rushed in with the other men to try and help the people under the collapse. And I start feeling like, damn, what if I die right now? My kids won't have their father. I never thought about that before I had kids. I just was like, this is what you do. Let's go do it. And when I was listening to that lady talk, she pretty much was saying that I shouldn't lose my man for a situation that ain't got nothing to do with our family, because he only got one life to live. And he should be able to give it on behalf of his family and not on behalf of a stranger. And like, really, that would be my biggest regret, that I only literally have one life. So I can't save you, die in that incident, and then next month my family in the incident, and because I'm dead, who's to say somebody gonna jump in and save them? And I say that feeling like a hypocrite because it's still a very large chance that I'm probably still gonna step in, but I feel like I'm gonna feel away because after that last, when the building collapsed, and I was thinking about it, I'm like, man, this just, I don't know. Having a family, having a responsibility, put a lot of stuff in a different perspective, right? So you really understand your mortality, not for you, but for the people that rely on you. And I feel it. It's a valid point that she's making. It's just, how do you choose when is the right scenario and when is not? You know what I'm saying? Because at all times, most of your help is needed, and you don't know what you could have prevented just by stepping in, but you also don't know what you could be losing by stepping in. So it's really like, fortunately, I was lucky to walk away unscathed in all of them situations. But I don't know how long I keep getting lucky. Like I would hope that I would have a foresight, but I don't know. I probably still jump in the same situations.
Well, Marcus, that's what I was getting at. It's in your nature. Like if you are a protector or if you are a caring, it's in your nature. You're not necessarily just going to be able to turn it on and turn it off. It is who you are. So you reacted just out of like seeing it, let me do something. You didn't even have to think about it. But to Shan's point, if we start getting in a mindset of I'm only going to look out for just my family, I've seen it actually, where you'll say that about your situation because you're not ever thinking that you're going to be in a situation in which you need somebody to step in and help you. You're only thinking it from one side. We see teachers all the time, videos in here all the time, where kids are at school, no adult is getting involved, and they're fighting. And then we'll hear, and all of the adults stood around and nobody did anything, and they saw my child getting hurt. Why didn't anybody step in? Well, if that if that's going to be our mindset, it can't just stop when it comes to protecting women. Because in a situation like that, I've seen teachers literally get hurt from breaking up fights. So if we're talking about protecting our family first, then if we're talking about protecting our family first, then that leaves a lot of people vulnerable who don't necessarily have protection. Yes, teaching is a job.
Breaking teaching is a job. Breaking up a fight is not a part of the contract.
Fights is not a part of the contract. They have security guards in there. They have police officers in there. And there are teachers who will sit and let kids fight and will press the button and wait for somebody to get there. I'm not a police officer. I'm not in a field that puts myself in a line of fire. So in that regard, you do depend on other people to help, and it's okay. But you have to weigh it.
And let me just say this too. People are not obligated in any way, form, or fashion. If I'm a first responder and you fall out and you need CPR, if I'm not at work, I can either say I want to give him CPR if I don't, but you will want me to because that's something that I know how to do, right? Out of the goodness of my heart. But I don't have to do it. Just like teachers don't have to do that. We don't have to risk our lives for your kids. We choose to. You will want your teacher to. It just so happens that teachers come with compassion and we want to do it. But nowhere in our contract does it state that we are obligated to do that. That's not our job at all. So let's get that straight. And there are plenty of people who step into situations and end up getting subpoenaed, getting in trouble because they're like, well, she had her hand, and it gets sloppy. And that's another reason why teachers don't like to get themselves involved in stuff. So go ahead, Enos.
So I listened to the video and it sounds really selfish, right? And I might even take it a step farther and say, like, it sounds a little bit insecure. The protection that a man provides to a woman that's not his wife does not look like the same as protection to his wife. And so this association of like him protecting another woman is that association to him being a pseudo husband. That's not how that works, right? When we vet people for marriage, we're also watching how they treat other people. Is this person capable of it, right? So now we're asking this person to shut off that part of them once they sign the marriage contract. I think it's delusional, right? There's stages to things and there's appropriate and inappropriate. I love the idea of protecting the family first. I think that's essential, right? Before anybody else in a scene of chaos, your wife, your children, they come first, and then you can help other people. Absolutely. But to say that you have to go find your own, what happens when your husband's not around? You have zero expectation of any man in the vicinity, in your community, to have your back? That's not a realistic expectation, and yet you're telling your husband that he can't do that when you're expecting that for yourself from other men, from other husbands, right? We get so selfish, and I understand like protecting your relationship. There should be boundaries to what help looks like. I don't think that a husband and a father should be risking his life for somebody else. And as a woman, I have compassion for the fact that we don't always understand how far things can escalate. I get that, right? But men have that discernment. They have that foresight. They have that experience where they're able to judge, this is how far I'm willing to take things. That's where trust comes into play, right? But if we're saying, nope, we've signed this marriage contract and it's over for the rest of you and all of you are on your own, that type of karma looks really interesting. Those are typically the women that find themselves in a situation where somebody else's husband could have stepped in and watched this video and said, you know what, I'm good. Right? While she's wagging her finger at women who haven't been able to find a husband, because that's what it is. She's stunning on them, right? Karma looks really interesting for women who do things like that. We've seen this story time and time again on social media where women say things with a catty nature only for them a year, 2, 3, 5 down the line to have to eat their words publicly, right? It feels really disingenuous.
Anybody
For
else
me,
want to?
can you guys hear me? Is my audio okay where I'm at? Awesome. Hello, everybody. Another Friday with Security. Glad to be here. But I couldn't agree more with Inaz. She is absolutely right. And to kind of further the point, I believe that in most cases when men sit around and don't and don't try to protect a female in need, I think we actually have a conscious thought where we actually think F that B word, where we actually have to have the thought to stop us from protecting that female. And I think it goes back to kind of what Inaz was talking about with the risk assessment. I think every male, before they make that leap to protect and they jump in to try to protect a female, I think that we do a subconscious risk assessment. Can I help her and not put my life in danger? Now, when it comes to a wife and your kids, regardless, we're gonna jump in, and it's gonna be my life if I can save theirs. Like, period. That goes without question. But a stranger, I think that we men, I think we're designed for that protection piece. There's a reason why we have a greater bone density. There's a reason why we're naturally stronger. It is for that protection piece. Now, if a woman is out of order or out of line, we have that thought. How can I help her even though she's out of line? And if it's going to be one of those situations where the female is going to stay out of control, that's when we have that thought, you know what, I'm going to stay out of this. She got herself into this. But if it's something that can be remedied without violence, without putting ourselves at risk, then I think naturally we're going to protect.
So I got a question. So I think we looked at a lot of different sides, but it's a side that I think a lot of the men that agree with not protecting may have, right? Because I've heard this argument kind of made. So what do you tell the man that wants a wife, can't get a wife? Women ignore him. They don't treat him like he's a human for the most part. Like they look over him and don't see him. He's in a situation where he has the opportunity to help the women that will not date him, that have pretty much ostracized him from life, right? What do you tell him when he's like, I'm not helping based off of women don't respect men in this day and age, and they don't respect me, so I'm not jumping in and intervening?
Let me just say this. He has women in his life who do love him, whether it be his mother, his sister, whoever. So it can't be from a dating aspect. Women can say, well, I'm not going to march because no man will marry me. Like, who does that? Like, nobody. Like, it shouldn't be based off of dating. It should be based off of a human in a human. Like, why are we, listen to what I'm saying. This is what I'm talking about, the character of people today. You are so messed up in the mind because it does not benefit you in some type of way that you wouldn't help another person. What benefit do I get out of saving somebody's life? You know what? I feel good because that man could be dead if I didn't save his life. Because I know something that I have a skill that could possibly save his life. Like, that is crazy to me. He doesn't have to give me anything in return. My satisfaction comes from the fact that I just saved this man's life. You understand? Like, when did that not become a good enough satisfaction? And I will argue with you when you were telling this story, Marcus. I think a person like you, because you are who you are, had you not done what you did, your mind would have played with you. Had something happened to those people, you wouldn't have been able to live that down because it would have been over and over in your head as something that you could have done. Because that's how people who care, that's how they are. They always think about what I could have done. You know what I'm saying? And that in itself can be damaging. Does that make sense?
But no, it makes perfect sense. But I'm also accepted into a community. I don't have an issue with. Hold on, let me just because I'm trying to present another side of the argument to further the conversation, right? Because it's a portion of men that are online, like the people that were celebrating the girl getting hit by a brick, right? I don't think they should have been doing that. But I'm saying those men exist. This is like If we could think about like the thought process behind, no, I'm just listen to me. If we could think about the thought process behind what they were saying, their argument wholly would be, I don't get respected as a human. And a lot of the issues do come from their mother. So that one figure within their life, because I've listened to the podcast and heard them speak on this, and they was attributing the issues with women starting with their mom and then moving on to their dating life and then moving on to being like not treated like a man in society. So at that point, they could feel as though they're throwing their life away for people that have not given them the respect as men.
So I think that we pointed out, if you feel like your safety is at hand, you should not. We're not talking about those situations. Okay. Nobody should risk their life for anybody else unless you're just Superman. You know, you got it like that. We're talking about a simple, I know I can protect this person. It can look like, I've seen a video where a little girl was walking down the street and a woman saw a man looking at her not so appropriate way. So she grabbed her like she was her mom or so, and she just guided her into the store. That's a form of protection. You understand what I'm saying? It's different forms of protection. It doesn't look like, oh, I'm jumping in the middle of a fight. Or, I was at the gas station one night. Swear to God, I went to a gas station and I shouldn't have been there, but I was on Pass E. And I had to get to the gas station. And I knew that gas station wasn't safe. But guess what? I'm on E. It was either the side of the work or the gas station. Fortunately, 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, a cop was inside the QT. It's a QT gas station. And he walked outside and I didn't even see a guy. And he just says, he says, sir, where you going? And the dude was headed towards me. And the guy, he said, nope, keep on walking. Imagine if that man, I don't know what that guy was walking. I didn't even see him. But imagine had that security officer, that police officer not being there. That's a form of protection. And I would hope that even if he weren't a police officer, as a man, he would have done the same thing. You understand what I'm saying? It didn't put him in danger. The guy didn't have a gun on him or anything. He was far away, but he was just looking out. And that's all we're saying is if you see something, say something if you can. We're not saying go and get in the middle of a bullet, or if you see people going at it, you know what I'm saying, and put yourself in danger. We're not saying that. We're just saying if you can safely, please do.
I think they're confusing the part that we women want the protection that they give to their spouse, their wife. And that's not what we're saying. There's a video that is like a social experiment where a man is taking pictures under the girl's skirt, and men pass by and nobody's saying anything. They looking at the man taking pictures. It's a social experiment. So the girl obviously is part of the experiment. And the guy is taking pictures under the skirt and men passing by, kind of like, oh no, he's doing something wrong, but I'm not going to say anything. And the only ones that stopped to say something, hey, he's taking pictures, were women. And that's what we're saying right there. If your woman is on that situation, wouldn't you want another man to step in? But I think it has to do with the generation that in reality, they don't have the role models of another man teaching them that that's how you protect a woman. That's how you take care of your sisters. That's how you, protect your wife. Because I have my brothers. And if I say, hey, can you take me to the store? I don't have to ask twice. They will take me to the store.
You made a good point. I'm going to come back to it. But Enos, go ahead. And then I'll do it after that.
Yeah, I wanted to acknowledge the question about the men who feel like because they don't receive respect, they shouldn't offer protection. I understand the sentiment. Right? I get it. Society has ostracized you, and so you have just made this conscious decision to not participate anymore, right? But the one thing that a lot of those men have in common is the way that they glorify the women of the past, right? Women used to be more ladylike. Women used to have decorum. Women used to be in line. But they don't acknowledge what the men used to do. And even then, in those times, the men who were ostracized still maneuver the community as men, right? That meant when you were able to step in, that you did, regardless of how you treated. That's how you build character. That's how you build a reputation. That's how you earn respect from those around you when you do what's right, regardless of how you're treated. Again, to Shane's statement, where I don't think anybody's asking that people jump in and put their lives on the line. But if it doesn't harm you and you're still opting out of it, I think that unfortunately puts people in a cycle where they realize their fears. They manifest it. They put themselves in situations where it's constantly confirming and then it becomes cyclical, right? You have to do something to break the cycle in order to be seen differently, in order to feel differently about yourself, right? Again, barring the extremes, because the extremes, you're either going to do it out of instinct or you're not, it's in you or it's not, fine, right? But if it's not harmful to you, I don't see why not, right? That could be the thing that a woman sees you who may not have seen you before, who's like, oh, that was really cool, and all of a sudden you're on her radar, right? Even if that's your intention, right? Everybody has different intentions. Even if that's your intention, is to be seen as a hero, that's an opportunity to be seen differently than you were, right? There's a multitude of reasons why people should do something like that and are still opting out of it.
And one of the things I remember, Shan, we were talking before, and I had given an example, because I agree with the lady that in the video in terms of your family takes priority first, right? But I don't think is excluded to not doing anything else. So something as simple as, and sometimes it's not even protection, it's just help. I had told you about the incident one time, this years ago, when my son was small, and we were in New York, and so we had a walk up, and we were on the second floor, and it was another lady coming in, and she was a little older. She wasn't old, but she was older. She was by herself. She didn't have a mate. She had a bunch of groceries, and I, had my son, and we were coming in with groceries as well. And my husband, I, had my son, and he was like, all right, go ahead and go in the house, and I'm gonna help her bring her groceries up. Like that was just in him to do, because he saw that she was by herself, had to walk up three flights of stairs to bring all of those groceries up. And so those are things that I would expect him to do as a man. Now, where he got it wrong a little bit, though, we had to, we ended up getting into it a little bit. But when we were talking about family being priority, what should have happened first was he made sure that I got in the house first with our son and got our groceries up and made sure we were straight, and then go to help her. But he didn't. So that's kind of what we had got into it. And that was years ago. But my point being is that you must put your family first. Your family is a priority. That is your responsibility. You are obligated to provide the protection for them. But that does not mean that that you cannot assist anybody else. Because there are a lot of women out here, and men, that are not protected. They don't have families. You have widows. Like I've seen those videos where you see these, guys just like beating up an old lady to take her purse, just things like that. She can't help that she's not protected. She's probably widowed, in situations like that. So I think for us to get back to a level of humanity and being able to socially interact with people, you have to be where people are. You have to do the right thing. And everybody's looking for, well, what's the risk? What's the reward for doing something? Like, that's just crazy to me. Just do it because it's the right thing to do.
So, all right. So the social contract. So again, this is not my life experience, right? And as of last week, remember I told you I'm trying to understand another perspective and then provide that. So let me say that before I preface it with that. So I'm gonna further this argument for them. If you are supposed to do it because you're just supposed to, then men should be awarded a basic level of respect because that's what they're supposed to. But in this day and age, when they could turn on online TV or YouTube or Instagram, and you have a woman saying like, well, like any of the things that are online right now, where I heard a woman say earlier, like she would rather get under white men than black men and watch us burn or something. You know what I'm saying? When you have rhetoric that's being spewed under this gender war dynamic, how can those men hear women? Because unfortunately in society, the most negative and loud opinions seem to drown out the positive and actual reality, right? So if your reality is shaped around a circumference where when I go to the store, the women won't look me in my face and they're extremely rude to me. When I try and talk to somebody and be polite, they don't say thank you. They don't appreciate me as a man. When I go on a date, I get used for food and I don't get a call back. And because my life experience isn't that, it doesn't mean somebody's isn't, right? So when you encompass all those things and those men feel generally disrespected as men within society, then to ask them to fulfill the social obligation that comes without the base level of respect that men received in the past, that is their argument.
So I'm gonna say to those people, just don't help. Don't help. Like if you've got all this in your head and you don't want to help, then don't help. And if a woman doesn't want to be with you, now we see why. We see the real reason why. The fact that even goes on in your head, you're not deserving of a woman. If you sit here on YouTube and you going off on one woman who got something foul to say, and it's millions of women, we know that Black women are very dedicated to Black men. We are the most loyal to our race than any other race of women to our men. That's statistically proven.
Men don't even respect men. That's the way I see it. Men don't respect to each other because sometimes it's like you see that a man is doing something negative, and not talking about women, just something negative, but you don't say anything just because it's like it's not your business, or F that person, because you don't respect that person. You don't have you really don't care about society. It's just a selfish thing.
Go ahead. Sorry, B. Go
ahead. I'm just going to address both points. Sire, we oftentimes we don't say anything because we already understand that there's already a low-level threat of violence. So if we see a man doing something that we wouldn't do, that's part of that risk assessment. Like, if I say something to this guy and he has a knife or he has a gun,
or he just seemed
I gotta deal with that situation. So we assess where we are, what we're doing, and if it's really worth our time. The second point that Marcus is making, the first thing I would say is that the guy, he needs to heal. He needs to heal. And then once he heals, he can start to rebuild his confidence. Because you might get up to the plate and strike out 99 times. It's that 100th time where you hit that home run and you find that person. So if it's not in you to protect because you're feeling some kind of way, go heal yourself. Because I truly believe it's an innate nature in us to where we want to help, where we want to provide, and we would have to get re-centered and fix that part of us that's broken, that says F that B word, all of y'all treat me like crap.
But no, the reason I bring this argument up is for this simple fact. I know the men who feel this way exist. I hear them espouse their beliefs online, right? And in a situation where my wife, daughter, sister, cousin will be outside, I would hope that no men are in that frame of mind. So because you can't ignore it and then just until it's in your yard, right? You have part of my risk assessment is looking at potential, probable, possibility, right? And I think it's a huge possibility that a situation can occur where somebody could have saved a woman in my family and they don't, based off of the rhetoric that's spewed online. Like a huge, huge possibility. And that incident, fake or real, with the brick lady that just happened, kind of highlighted that for me. And my thing is like problem solving, right? So what would y'all suggest as like a general thing can be done so those men feel like they're still a part of society?
I think that they listen. You're not going to influence. There's no part of me that's going to believe that a man goes outside and everybody's rude to them. Every single person that they come in contact, even at their workplace, is rude to them. Y'all don't believe it.
Yeah, that was actually the question that I wrote down. I said, are men
you can't tell me he go to church
by random women? Are men really being disrespected by random women, or is it women that they've dealt with personally? Because if it's women that they dealt with personally that they're getting these experiences from, then it's them Like, where are you? What are you doing that are attracting? Why are you around an environment where these women are, right? Or people in general. So that was my question is, are men really being disrespected by just random people, random women, that it would so much so to the point that they're like, I can't offer protection to nobody, because that's how often women are being disrespectful.
Right. So are you going? Listen, give me a second. I just get from my word. Just jump right on in. Listen. So you telling me when he going to the church house, all the church ladies is saying, "Oh, I'm not going to talk to you because you're, those are women." Or when he goes to work, "Oh, I'm not going to talk to you. Don't hand me the facts." Like what? What?
It's conflicting interest. I think it's conflicting interest, because it's like, if it's women that they want to approach or they have dealt with personally, like you said, and these women are trying to, or rejecting and not being nice because they're being rude to them for that reason, then it's understandable they feel that way. But I don't think, well, personally, don't go outside treating people like, nothing. But I wanted to give an example again to make a point that it is not just men to women, women to men. It's just society. We're not respecting each other. I work with tourists. I own a business in my country, and I happen to be in a resort with my group of tourists, and there was another group of women. One of these ladies had a bathing suit, but it was a thong, and it was white. She was wearing, I don't know if she was in her period or what, but I could see the liner, the panty line. I could see it from the side, when it goes on the side. And she was dancing and twerking and going and bending down, and I'm like, I can't believe that I'm seeing that. And then I happened to tell one of my tourists, and I'm like, I need to tell her, like, why is none of her friends telling her? Because it was like 10 women with her, and all of them were looking at her going down, and they were seeing this, and I'm like, why they're not telling her? In my mind, this was like, this, it can be. So one of them, and I'm gonna say it, yes, they were all black. And the person that I told, that I talked from my group, she was also black, but she told me, I also want to tell her, but to be honest, some people will take it as a threat, like if you're humiliating them. So I would rather not get involved. So I suggest for you not to say anything, because she will take it the wrong way. So can you imagine? I have two sides of people telling me something different. I don't know who to believe. Saida wanted to help one person for a small thing as it is, to tell her, hey, look, something's going on. Go to the bathroom, check yourself, like, as a nice person, hey, your zip is down, hey, your shoelaces, something like that. Hey, you have a booger on your nose, something like that.
I kid you not. Listen. I kid you not. That happened. Okay, so I did go to strip club once, y'all, and that did happen. The little girl, the dancer, her cycle was on, and she was on the stage, and I'm like, are they just gonna be sitting here and letting her, and they're just laughing? So I went over to her, tapped on her little leg while she was shaking it, and I was like, and I let her know, and she ran off of that stage.
But rule of thumb is to do unto others, right? As you have been doing to you. So
it's not really protection, though. It's just
no, like the example that Saida gave. The thing is that I know if that was me, I would want somebody to tell me. So my response is, I can't necessarily don't tell her, you should tell her. And like what I'm saying, instead of being confused about what to do and not to do, just do what you think you would want somebody to do for you.
That's what I wanted. But the problem is this: when we arrived, they were looking at me, and I felt threatened by them. They were looking at me, and I felt uncomfortable. And they didn't know that I'm from here. They thought that I was with the other group, but they don't know that I am local. So the other group rather stay like, kind of like away, not even look at them. They're not even looking at each other, just away, because at the beginning when we arrived, they were being, I don't know, there was some sense of aggressiveness in the environment. So I felt like I want to say something, but again, I don't know your culture. I don't know, how people are. They may look in a certain way, but I might be wrong, But at the same time, I could also be right. So,
Enos, go ahead, because here's your finger.
Excuse me. Thanks. So I don't think that the majority of women are out here being rude to men, right? I don't think that the majority of women are going out of their way to be cantankerous to strangers, right? Sure, there's some. What I do know from that study that came out is that the majority of women physically can't see like 80% of the male population. And so these men are walking around completely being unacknowledged by the world. Like the lack of thank yous when somebody holds the door, I can almost guarantee it's because that woman like physically can't see that man holding the door open. Absolutely. They've proven it through studies. Women just, if you are below a certain ranking physically, women don't register you in their peripheral.
Even open the door for you?
Listen, how many like automatic doors have you walked through and not thought twice? Right?
If somebody open the door for me, I'm gonna say thank you. That's just rude.
I understand, right? But if you don't, if you're not actually physically seeing that person, that there's no,
I'm trying to figure out how you not see a person who opened the door for you.
Shan, they've proven this. They've proven the fact that the majority women will walk by so many men on just an everyday basis of being outside and don't actually register these men. Like they just don't exist in their realm. And it's not that these women aren't aware of their surroundings. They just their brain does not take these men in and physically being in their space.
Selfish.
Right? So there's a lot of these men who are not the most attractive men or could be very average looking men that just walk around being completely ignored. And I think it comes off as rude because you don't see them, you don't have that level of courtesy towards them, right? So then it comes off rude. Like you said, if you see somebody opening a door for you, you're going to say thank you. But if you don't see them, there's nobody to say thank you to, right? So I hear the complaint. I think it's a fair complaint. If you are one of those men who walks around completely unacknowledged for the majority of your life, the majority of the people you work with don't notice you because you're somebody who's just forgettable, right? I can see that complaint. I think it's a fair complaint. And yet I still want to ask, what's your character, right? Your motivation. I'm on a different spectrum than you, Shan. If your motivation is selfishness, cool. How do we figure out how to utilize that motivation to get you to a place where you want? Not everybody's motivation is going to be holistic all the time, right? It's not always going to be positive or selfless all the time. Some people are just selfish people. That's not necessarily a negative thing, but we can use that to anchor somebody in doing the right thing regardless, right? I think do it. Do the right thing and see what that gets you. If that changes your visibility in terms of women, if that changes your visibility in terms of the people around you, right? If you haven't tried it, I don't know what to tell you, right? We haven't explored all of the possibilities that could exist for you. I understand that like it can be scary, that it can worsen the feeling. I get that. And I have compassion for the fact that that's a risk. But if you don't try it, you continue to be invisible to the world.
You know, somebody that reminds me of this video I saw. That guy, it was a baby, it was like a 4-year-old or a kid that was hanging, and the dad was on the other side. Y'all saw that? And that dude just climbed all those. He was on the outside of the building. He climbed up and grabbed the baby and just walked up. And I was like, oh, that alone gives you a little tingle.
I believe
just grab that kid and just.
I believe what Inaz said about how stuff can just be peripheral. You just don't even notice, because I notice that men in general can walk by stuff on the floor, socks. They done drop stuff on the floor, bottle caps, and they act like they don't see it. And it just stays there. And then you say, "Did you see it?"
Be quiet.
You be like, "No, I didn't even see it."
Last comment, AP, we have to move on. Go ahead.
I was just curious, Inaz, is that the same study where they did? It was something called like the object study, where it was done in New York, where people don't see other people as people. Not that they're down in them, but they're more like objects that are there in place. Is that like a similar study like that one was?
Yeah, so not necessarily like not objects in place, but like part of the background.
Yeah.
Like the same way that you'll see a building, you'll walk by it your entire life and you've never actually looked at it or acknowledged that it's there. That's the same sentiment. Yeah.
Okay. I was just curious.
Y'all, we got to move on. Marcus, this is going to be fast or it's going to take us down the loophole. Ask yourself before you say anything.
All my questions take us down a loophole, so I'll keep it.
Okay, let's just wait. If you still having it still on your heart, and I'll let you say it a little bit later, okay?
Just real quick, like 15 words. There was a study that a woman pretended to be a man, and she committed self-deletion based off of how she felt society treated her.
First of all, if you self-delete, that's mental illness, period.
He cited that the being disconnected from society had impact on her that she could not forget about because she was so used to the socialization society provided her as a woman. No, you can look it up. It's not something they got the name in the chat. Nora Vincent, look it up one day. I mean, we all know this is not my perspective.
Listen,
right?
but look at this. Look at this way. We're gonna go into detail. People do people wrong all day, and we're gonna go into that right now. So because some of y'all doing people wrong right now, and you don't think nothing of it. So let's dig a little deeper into this, okay? So we're gonna watch the first video, and the first video is gonna be there's gonna be a video right after that, okay? So hold your horses. Oh, let me do the super chat real fast first, though. Once I can find it. I don't know what I just did. Okay, so. Oh, she's not here. Who wants to read these?
I'll read it.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you got
it. Dubwill 199. What's good, people? Congrats on the nuptial, Saida.
Thank you for the.
Hink the basement, $2. Can we outsource the cheeks?
This is Chic critique. We ain't outsourcing no cheeks. I was just like, thanks, he.
I think that's the solution. I think that is the solution.
Shut up, Marcus.
It really is.
Shut up.
Really? See, this is the thing. You got to
Marcus.
Wait, isn't that prostitution, right?
Yes.
The cheek that
yes. Okay, we're about to go into the clip because we're not going to do this right now.
29, 6'4", and I think for me, right, again, you know, although I'm unmarried, I am seriously dating at the moment, and I think the biggest thing for me, what's keeping me from that next phase of truly settling down in the marriage sense, is really just getting to the space of accomplishing a few more things, I think, selfishly, for me to really feel confident to get to the next level. So like for me, you know, there's a certain car I want to get next, right? It's a coupe. It's not an SUV. It's definitely not family friendly, right? You know, there's my new spot in Miami that I'm looking to close on soon that, you know, it is not necessarily the most family friendly place, but it's something for me I want to do. You know, there's a few more things even with my mom, like wanting to retire her, that again, these are things that, you know, as a man, I feel, you know, compelled to be able to do, to really be able to fully step into that next phase of marriage, because I understand, you know, now I'm looking for things like peace.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And I'm looking for things like, is that woman able to be accountable with her emotions and understand how she can control the temperature of the room with her emotions? Right? Because women are like thermostats, right? If a woman is angry, you feel it in the whole house.
Yeah.
The same way like she's happy. I look for things like, you know, now, does that woman understand placement? Right? So if she has an issue, when is she bringing it to you? So for instance, if you guys are out and let's say you're at a party and she, you know, for whatever reason, she has something that she's upset with, does she need to express it at that party, or does she have enough grace to do it in the presence of the home? Like these are things that, like, I think now I'm realizing are much more important, right? Because, you know, as cool as to your point, the aesthetics are, a a lot of times the aesthetics doesn't always make for the most sustainable relationship.
Okay, so those were actually two clips put together. Okay, so I wanted to emphasize in the beginning how he stated that he was not ready for a relationship. Basically, he was in a long-term relationship, but then he stated things that he was doing. There are things that he wanted before he were to commit in a relationship, like take it to the next level. And then he stated all of these qualities he wanted out of a woman. And to my opinion, those were wife-like qualities. My question is, because I see this so often, why is it that we, and this is both men and women, we want marriage, we want wife or husbands, but we don't want wife or husbands? Why is it that when you are playing, you're not playing with playmates? You want to go and damage an individual, I like to say, in opposed to, for example, if there's a woman who's not marriage minded like you, that's the time that you play with that person because you guys are playing together. But it seems that people want to play with people who are, you understand what I'm saying? Who aren't meant to be played with. Does that make any sense? Because I'm seeing that a lot. It is becoming a growing issue. Does it make sense? Am I making sense? Okay. So just wanted to know your input on that.
Yeah, I would say this. It's not anybody's responsibility to make sure that you're taken care of. So if you're in a relationship with a person and it's going on too long, this person doesn't seem as attentional or attentive or romantic or anything like that, it is your responsibility as a person in said relationship, whether it's romantic, whether it's friendships, family, you're responsible for all your interactions. Um, that's a long story short.
Okay.
So, part of me agrees with you, Shan, about like you should play with somebody who wants to play the same sport as you, right? If you want to play the field, you should pick women who also want to play the field. I logically, I think that makes sense. The idea that I've been exploring is that sometimes when you do that, you taint the way that you see the entire opposite sex, right? We see this time and time again with men who are constantly involving themselves with women who move like city girls. They start to assume that every woman is a city girl, that even if you're a good woman, they're not able to see past their experiences. Women do the same thing. And then we hear things like there's no more good men out there. So I think that's the danger of playing with people who want to play the same game as you, is you start to narrow what exists for you.
So I have a question for you. Would that not go true? For example, let me give you a scenario. You're dating this guy and you're a marriage-minded woman, right? Does that not, because you came in contact with him and then maybe you come in contact with another one of him, does that not also change you as a marriage-minded woman? Now you have boundaries that you turn into that woman who thinks men can be lessons, and you start to have these boundaries, and now you become that modern woman because you've tried to be right and you realize right isn't working for you.
I understand, right? And I get it. And that's why it's like a really conflicting thing. I understand like both experiences are valid and both experiences have the opportunity to change you. What I will say from my own personal experience is that when you meet that person who's for you, all of a sudden you start to realize that all those boundaries you have up are unnecessary, right? They're only necessary in order to get to that person. I get that. And I acknowledge that. What I also will say is that I've seen time and time again, a man just like the man that we just watched in that video, when he meets that woman, will move mountains to make sure that she's put in a position to actually be his wife, right? That is a dangerous rhetoric for women who don't know how to vet, or men who are using that as game. Right. Absolutely. But a man who really wants that woman will do everything in his power to make sure that that happens, that she actually becomes his wife.
Right. So I think my point in the video is, for example, this guy says, where are the good women? I think that just like Marcus stated, how men are overlooked, I think good women are used. And now that good woman who was once a good woman who did do right, she turns into that woman that you hate. Because she has been some people take goodness for granted. They find it to be like, oh, she's naive, or she's easy to manipulate. Oh, you understand what I'm saying? And she was a good, because I think that most men have had a good woman in their life and they didn't do right by her. and what people don't understand is sometimes, that can change a good woman to, you remember Jay-Z song, once a good woman goes bad, she's gone forever. Like there's some legitimacy to that lyric, And so I think that people don't realize the way that we're dating right now, that's what's happening. People are just like, well, F you too. Like you F me, I'm gonna, and it's like a tit for tat. And it's just getting to the point where it's too far. I mean, what are you guys' opinion? What's your opinion on that? Go ahead. Mark.
So the men who are invisible probably never had that experience. I just want to say that. It's most of the men who got all the women and could take women for granted that have had a good, like I know I done turned some women that was like excellent women. If not bad, I didn't I did not help the cause. I done thus been trying to redeem my karma and stuff, but I know I'm not the
I'm about to get on you in a second.
You say what?
I'm about to get on you in a second because you were part of this clique. But I want to hear everybody's point of view before I change it to that. I want to hear everybody's thoughts on the video.
I used to be a part of the clique. Right now.
Oh yeah. It don't matter if you used to be. Okay. You contribute to these streets. Go ahead.
What else can I say?
Well, that's what I was going to say. I think is a double-edged sword for both parties involved, because each person runs the risk of adapting and changing behavior based on their experiences. Mm-hmm. Actually, that's what happens. What you, like you said, Shan, about learning what you like, dislike, where to draw boundaries, what your boundaries are going to be, what are you open to, what are you not, like all of those things. So in his situation, I can respect the fact that he recognizes I'm not in a place right now to be married, because there are other things that I want to do that I know is selfish and is not going to be conducive to being in a family unit. However,
but he said at the beginning,
okay. So I can respect that as long as he shared that with the person that he said that he was in the long-term relationship with. If he shared that with her, then he put the ball in her court to determine whether or not she's okay to ride that ride with him until he feels like he got to where he needs to be. And then he'll take that step with her. But if she's not, then it's on her to hop off that ride. So it's about the transparency about what your intentions are. And if he's made his intentions clear, then that's cool. The other side to that is a lot of times men don't do that. And a lot of times as women, we don't jump off the ride soon enough. And then we get upset and blame the guy for stringing us along when the power was in our hands to either to stay or leave. And if we chose to stay, then at that point, it is not the guy's fault.
Mm-hmm.
So, mistaken, you stole part of my point, but I wouldn't just say men are conniving and manipulative. So are women. But that's I got more point on what he said. I appreciate the fact that he's moving. He has found his purpose and he's moving in that purpose and he's doing everything intentionally. But to Mistaken's point, it's about was he honest and upfront and transparent to the current female that he has? And is she aware enough to understand she might not be the one that's chosen? Um, the counter to what he's doing, though, is he's getting to the finish line before he decides if whom he's going to marry. And that in itself can be problematic because of some of these conniving women. And there are some women that are really good at.
We're gonna get to women. I just want to point out we're gonna get to
no. I'm just talking about the video that are good at faking who they are to get whatever goal that they want. So my suggestion would be to him, if this chick is one of those real chicks, one, don't break her in the process, and two, why not wife her up and let her grow with you? Like that, if you get if somebody's there from the beginning, and they're rocking with your program, why throw them off the train when you get to the end because you chose not to marry them? Go ahead and let them grow with you, see the process, understand the process, and then I think those two people can make a beautiful life when he gets those goals achieved. Just my opinion, though.
I would say to that point, AP, guys seem to be very objective based. Like there are certain goals and missions that most guys internally want to reach before they want to do those things. Also, men.
Not most guys. That's a cultural thing.
Be that as it may, I think that subconsciously every man knows that there's going to be more to marriage than just the wedding. So to accept that mantle and that responsibility when he is not internally ready for that, it's a recipe for disaster. There's a reason why he's focused on these things versus marrying this woman. And oftentimes, brothers and women will do a lot of the things before they get married. So all the stuff that people used to reserve for marriage, they're doing it now. They're having sex. They're living together. They're working together. They're building businesses together. They're having kids together. They're literally doing everything before marriage. And if we go back to the conversation we had last week, it's hard to discredit some of the things that people are doing because like you have access to it all. And the way that men think about marriage versus women is just different. You kind of have to sell some sort of idea to this man for him to want to be committed to you to some degree. So I think that it's a pro and a con that he is willing to be honest enough with himself and say that he's not ready. But it's also a con because the thing is that if you continue to focus on this selfish thing, you're taking a major risk because you keep chasing this thing. Okay, what's the next thing? All right, well, I got the car. Oh, I took care of my mom and I took care of this. At some point, you got to realize like sometimes we chase a whole bunch of stuff. And then by you chasing these things, you actually missed the train that you actually really wanted to be on because you was looking at the wrong stuff. So I would always tell people like, listen, bro, whatever decision you make, be okay with the risk that comes with it. Because every decision that you make, whether you get married early or you get married late, there's risk involved in that. And there's no guarantees success when you're dealing with people in general.
I agree, Harrison. And I just thought about that video for just an extra second while you were speaking. He said he's getting a coupe, so not a family friendly automobile. He's getting a home that's not going to be a family friendly home. So my question is he even going to want marriage? Because it sounds like he's setting up a bachelor type of lifestyle. So maybe he already knows that, and he's just having this conversation. Hey, I'll get to that when I get to it. He's not really that concerned.
But if you listen to how he opened up, he said he's in He's in a long-term relationship. He's dating seriously.
I have a question. So just kind of a point that HD brought up, and then kind of the video as well, and then listening to a lot of the comments like in these YouTube streets. Okay, it's just like you can't have things both ways. So on the one end, listening to what the guy was saying, and HD actually kind of, supported some of that with saying that a lot of men want to, work towards goals before they end up settling down and doing those things. So if you wait until you get to the finish line to then get married, but then you say women don't want to build with you because they'd just rather be with you when you get to the finish line. Like, how does that work? You can't do both things at the same time. So either you get with a woman and work with her and y'all work together to build together, or you wait till you get to the finish line and then you're gonna, no matter who you end up with, is gonna be with a woman who you get with and she didn't build anything with you, and now she's at the finish line with you. I'm confused on how that works. Like, can somebody explain that to me, how you can do both?
You can't do both. In the video, he's making the conscious decision to go to the finish line, and then he'll figure out how he wants to handle the wife situation. But you can't build and be already at the finish line. Like, that's not possible. But this guy in the video already knows what he wants in regards to reaching these goals. He's already decided, I'm going to the finish line. FUHs. I'm going to the finish line. I'm a kick it with this long-term girlfriend, and once I get to the finish line, she might not even be there. But he's not looking to do both. And I don't think most men are looking to do both. I think most men are looking to
most
do
men. That's not most men. That's black men.
No.
Most
what I'm
men marry in their 20s.
What I'm saying, Shan, is I don't think most men are trying to do both. Most men is going to be one or the other. It's not going to be a both. I'm good. Like, I'm gonna find a wife in college, and she's gonna rock with me. And when we turn 27 and get out of college, she's gonna marry me. We're gonna start a family. But I'm gonna keep moving down this line. Is the way, my opinion, it should go. But there are men like this that are like, hell no, I'm gonna get all of the stuff I needed to get done out of the way, and then I'll figure out what I want to do regarding a wife later. And like, I can't even be mad at him for it. And I can't be mad at his whatever, and he can't be mad at whatever results he gets because of it, because once you're at the finish line, depending, like, it sounds like he's going to be in that top 10, 15%, and the whole world will be his oyster. All the women are going to, he's not an ugly dude, he's an okay looking dude, right? And if he has his bank right, he'll probably smash until he's 70.
70.
Well, I think this is a very interesting conversation, because the thing is like I said at the beginning, I think men and women need to be more responsible for themselves. Like, if you're in a relationship with this guy, he said he was in a long-term relationship with this woman. How long has he been in a relationship with that woman? And if she has questions, why is she not seeking the answers from the guy who has the answers to those questions? Oftentimes, we like to remain in a situation where we have plausible deniability, because we don't want to deal with the rejection should this reality that is probably not even real falls to the ground. So we will keep playing a game, eventually continue to get burned, and then you'll just throw your hands up as if you don't have any responsibility in how the outcome played out. You take a risk if you want to continue to remain supposedly ignorant of the situation, or you take a risk and be like, hey, I need to get some real answers. I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel safe. And I believe that men and women, even though people say that men are the leaders, women ain't dumb. They know what's going on. They see the writings on the wall. This man knows and has shown himself to show that he likes a lot of non-family things, because even though he would marry this woman, he would still probably have some level of singleness in his mindset, because he's been single all his life. And then you're going to expect him to make a transition just because he got married to a woman. This dude literally wants to achieve whatever goals he wants for himself before he would even consider doing the things that this woman may want him to do. But that's just
and hold that thought.
I agree with you.
We're gonna get don't go into, because that's a whole nother topic that's kind of on this. So you made a good point, HP, which we're gonna come back to later on. Okay. Anybody else wanted to give their opinion on that?
Can you repeat the initial question? Oh, okay. No, you can go.
It was the video. So go ahead. Go ahead.
No, the question on the video, because I went back and rewatched the video.
So this is my idea. I personally believe that the educated, what would I want to call them? The educated. Do we have a name for them? Is it Tyrone? Isn't that the name? It's not Pookie, but it's Tyrone, right? The educated bachelor. I would argue that Tyrone is just as toxic as Pookie to the community. And let me just say why. Tyrone is out here damaging women. These women could be wives to men who want to do right, wasting their time. He has your woman, your wife held captive, and he's using her, and he'll just bring her out. This woman could be with you. She just hadn't met you yet. So he's wasting her time, and they keep on wasting time. That they're not being honest, and they're just wasting these women. Now this woman is giving you a hard time because she's been through hell with Tyrone. And it's a whole lot of women who've been in this situation and they don't even know it's women right now, and they're probably in the chat. In this situation, and they don't even know they're in this situation. And he's just using you, and you could be with the man that you're supposed to be with, but he's not even telling you that he's using you. And it's just damaging. You're leaving a trail of damaged women, just like Pookie. But at least Pookie upfront and honest with it. He like, I want to.
Pookie's not honest.
When you said earlier that you was putting me in a group, is this the group you was trying to put me in?
I'm just saying you had a trail.
No.
Okay,
no,
I don't.
Oh, no, hold on.
Okay,
I got to redeem myself. No.
Damn, you went from Simp to Tyrone. Damn, that's fucked up. All in one day.
You come in here with your MIP ideology.
But
Let me go ahead and address her.
You went from a Simp to a Tyrone all in one day.
Hold on.
Right now, but we will get on the women in a second, because the women are not any better.
Okay. Let me make sure I'm clear on my role within that, right? So I was extremely clear on who was actually getting a relationship and who wasn't. And the 3 to 4 people who got a relationship had the potential to have a long-term relationship, but somewhere along the line, something went astray. All the other women, no intent of it was literally like, I'm not gonna go on no days with you. I'm not hanging out with you.
You weren't
I'm not,
like
hell no. I ain't telling you. I'm not even telling you I kind of like you. Like that shit was just strictly, I'm saying, what's good though? You gonna slide? No? Yes? Okay, well, shit, hit the line. Come through. Bye. That was not a whole lot of, like, so when like, that's why when people be like, oh, you went through all these women and you don't know if they're bad or good women. I'm like, I didn't even get to know them. I don't know shit about them. Like, I don't have no recollection of if they're good or bad women. They just was thick, not thick, pretty, or super pretty. That's the only thing I know. Like, I don't know anything else. So I can't really contribute one way or the other as to the character of the woman. I didn't get to know that shit. Like 1, 2, 3 times is enough.
Okay.
Say what?
You're not a Tyrone.
All right. So yeah, I wanted to redeem myself. And then as for Dude in the video, I want to say, like, look, high risk, high reward, baby. Like, it's simple as that. Certain men, they're never gonna be single. There's no, like, Dude sound like he never going to be single. There's no point in his life where he's gonna be by himself. He's gonna accidentally fall into a relationship Because when women, no, for real, when women meet men that they are highly attracted to, that are highly ambitious, they have all the checklist of all those things, what they'll do is they'll finesse a relationship out of you through sex and then just being the best possible person that you can have. And you just, damn, like, I don't want to push her away because she's such a great person. So that guy would never be single. It's a good chance that by her putting in the work long term, he can, depending on where his loyalty set up, right? Like, if his loyalty set up in a way where he's saying like, all right, well, shit, she held me down, I'm gonna hold her down on the back end. That's typically how those women get wives. It's not a situation where you wait at the end and you just be so special. Because if you spend all this time building yourself up, it comes with not even resentment, but a very strong sense of paranoia. And you looking at everybody like they're trying to use you or get something off of you. And at that point, it's hard for somebody to step in. Like I talked about this before when I was saying if I would have went to the league, I would have been single for the rest of my life if I did not have a girlfriend going into the NBA. Because there's no way I would take anybody serious from that point forward.
Yeah.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. When you go to different cities and there's 20 women outside the game and they paid money to sit in the front seat so they could just try and get your eye so you can send your man that's not hooping to go get, like, that's a different lifestyle. It's no way I would be able to seriously take anybody serious from that point forward. So you would have to get in before that point or after he stopped playing or something like that, after he not chasing those goals no more. But that's a very minute percentage of men. But it's a whole lot of other men that if the women, if they fell on the man like this radar, right, those same women could have took themselves off his radar, put themselves on a man that they may have deemed lesser, but it's just a different type of man, and then got married. So I can't even take the blame for that.
Honestly. I would say I would disagree. I think that I would need to know his background. I think that if I knew that he was a man who had two solid parents and he was raised by both parents, I would say that his chance of getting married are pretty good. Now, if he was raised by a single mom, yeah, let it go. Let it go. Go ahead. Anybody else want to chime in? Anybody wanted to add their input on that? Really? Okay, so
I didn't see the video. I'm sorry, so I don't know what you guys were.
Oh, and somebody gave you a shout out, a whole super chat saying congratulations on your wedding.
Oh, thank you. I had to step away for a minute. Thank you so much.
Okay, so this next video kind of piggybacks off of that video. Okay.
So, like, if you're a guy with 100 body count, or you're.
Okay. No, it does.
So, like, if you're a guy with 100 body count or you're a female with 100 body count, you're still a whore.
I don't believe a man can be a whore. Men are whore makers.
Why can't a man be a whore?
So let me ask you a question. Me and you playing Mortal Kombat. I'm playing it on hard mode, but I beat the game. You play it on easy mode, and you beat the game. Who has more respect out of the two of us?
I mean, you obviously.
Because I played it on hard mode, right? So that's the difference between men and women. Men play sex on hard mode. Women play sex on easy mode. It's not respectful. We don't respect you, right? So therefore, we call them whores. A man has sex with 3 women. It was hard to do. We had to put in that work to get that. And I'll take it a step further, right? Think about in society, all the jobs that build the infrastructure in America pays more. STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. Those 4 industries pay the most because they literally build the infrastructure of the society. Now think about a bartender or someone working at a call center. They don't get paid that much, but the person that is building something, an architect, an engineer, those people get paid a whole lot more. Their salaries are just higher because the harder something is, the more respect you get, which means it's more monetary gain. The easier something is, you don't get a lot of respect. The janitors, they don't get paid that much. The principal, he gets paid a whole lot. Maybe the janitor even does more work than the principal, but it takes more competence to be a principal than it does to be a janitor. So it's a competence level as well. So it's multiple factors, multiple ways where I could break it down, which a woman is a whore, a man is a whore maker.
All right.
Did you see my?
Did I go first?
Okay.
Because I'm afraid of Mike right now.
I like how you keep using me as technical support when I show up.
Because that was when I was trying to pull up that one, but it was this one, so we're just gonna go with it because it's not uploaded yet. But go ahead.
All right. So I saw that video. I was actually going to use it on my show. Thanks. But I'm actually coming around to that exact thought process that men can't be whores. Here's why. Men are whore makers, and you do have to make a different distinction for men versus women, because when you look at it, or the way men treat other men and women treat other women, it's completely different. Women shame women they hate for being loose. It's the first thing you hear women go to when they want to take digs at each other. But you are a whole bag. You slept with half the. You see what I'm saying? We watch women shame other women. That's how we learned it. All right. If y'all all acted, oh shit, what's going on?
Oh, your eye just did something crazy.
I don't know. It was something downloading your video that just made that pop up. But men praise other men for being a bachelor, right? It's like if a dude has the ability to get a lot of women, it's like, hey, he's that guy. And not only that, women seek after men who get a lot of women. It's what they lust after. So men could not possibly be whores as we speak because they're not treated the same when by doing the same action a female does. Now, what I will say is that the reason why women have such a hard time accepting that, but they really shouldn't, because men who participate in that activity and they're out here sleeping with bunches of women need to realize that we also lose something too, right? So they just don't look at it the same way. We spoil all the eligible women for marriage. The same men who do all of this will be the men ended up saying that there are no good women to marry. So when women look at it like that, maybe they'll start to come around and say, oh, they are whore makers. And that's the way they should be classified, because they're spoiling all of their chances of ever having a substantial relationship with anyone because they made this whole ordeal about sex. Yeah, exactly. They've damaged the community. So that's what men get out, or that's what we do to hurt ourselves with the whore making. So, but it's a completely different distinction.
I respect that.
That's exactly what I was trying to say. I just didn't say it right. Go ahead, Enos.
So just a quick question, right? Because I thought his analogy was interesting. Growing, because you Trigger Mike referenced, like, the things we would talk about growing up. Growing up, whores were considered easy. So if men are sleeping with whores, are they not too playing on easy mode?
Not all men sleep with whores. In fact, I will be honest, the best of the best, that we pride ourselves off getting women that aren't whores or turning good girls into freaky girls. Like,
why do they do that though? Like, that's so messed up. Like, that is
you get 5 times the props for.
No, you don't, because you get props from stupid people. Because smart people will know that you are damaging the community. Like, that's the whack. Like, why would
that's not how we think. Nobody's thinking that.
I'm telling you, but that's what you're doing. Whether you think that way or not, that's what you're doing. You're damaging the community. You're not a leader in the community. You are part of the downfall in the community. So you should not be getting props. And that's why we so messed up in the head, because the things that we think are cool, just because you thinking it, everybody's doing it, doesn't mean it's right.
They are leading. They are leading. Don't get the wrong. Leading. They are not leading correctly. That's different.
Hold on, Trigger Mike. I'm about to provide you some aid and assistance. Enos, how many men did the women who slept with the most men in a day sleep with?
Like over 900.
How many did the men who slept with the most women sleep with?
Like 57.
All right, thank you. I rest my case.
So okay, so
I rest my case.
Fair. It was just a silly question, but it was still a legitimate question. The other thing I wanted to add, right, is like, I hear this so often about women are attracted to the man who sleeps around. They're not. And I think we need to be more honest about it. Women are attracted to the men who have gotten it in such abundance where they're not easily distracted by like vagina anymore. They seem to have more discipline when it comes to it. Like, they continue to have sex because they want to, but it doesn't come with the same thirstiness as a man who doesn't get it as often, right? That trait, yes, it does come with having a whole lot of experience. I acknowledge that. I understand that. But that is not the thing that women are attracted to. Women are attracted to, like, the nonchalantness towards new vagina.
I would disagree. I mean, I agree to an extent. I would think that how many people do this? Do y'all do this when you date a guy? I want to see your past, the women that you dated. I care about the caliber of the woman that
All
you've
right.
had in the past. That is
Here,
so
I don't
unattractive
even.
to me. Listen,
My
if you
haircut is
just
fresh.
listen, if you just dating, that don't count.
Look, my haircut is fresh, so I don't
Listen,
want to put a cap on right now.
no. It does matter to me. I don't know how about to other women, but I actually I look at exes like because it make me second guess. Like, am I seeing? I don't know why I do that. I just do that. But I would say that women like men who other women want
Yeah,
but can't have.
yeah.
That's
Let me.
like who's real picky about his little social, so he
Yeah,
can have the best of the best. You know what I'm saying? Didn't have to go to the.
Is it? Do you think it's in intentional in terms of women intentionally going after men that other women want for, I guess, whatever reason, versus this is just the type of dude that they're attracted to? Because like I'm trying to think of any boyfriends or any relationship that I've been in. My thought process wasn't, ooh, all of the women gonna be jealous of me because I pulled him and I know everybody else want him, but I got him. Versus me just seeing somebody and they catch my eye and there's a physical attraction that I have. Now, if other people happen to like him too, okay, fine. But I don't think it's with an intent to directly go. Actually, I would probably rather not have the guy that all the women want, because then that will put me in a situation that it would probably make me insecure, because I know all of these women are after my man.
you know what? I think we talk about this stuff with our conscious mind a lot, but I can tell you from experience, ladies, you got to let the men have this one. This is biological. It's biological. You, as daughters, you do the same damn thing. When your daddy is sitting there and everybody's jumping on him at Christmas and his own kids can't get, you see his daughter like, who the fuck is on my daddy? Move. Y'all been doing it your whole life. It's subconscious. I'm telling you, it's biological.
All kids
When
do that though.
no,
They
but you see
do,
what I'm,
but I see what you're saying, mistaken. But once I think about it, I guess you wouldn't even know how many people he's had sex with. Like, did you even ask that question? I just know that he's an attractive man and he's got his shit together. I can assume that women want him, but I mean, who really asked that question? Like,
the one part
go
I
ahead
will
and
agree with. Hold on, let me
Enos,
say
go
this
after Mike, okay?
to Enoz's point. The one part I will agree with is the nonchalantness. But the funny part is that the nonchalantness comes from the amount of attention you're getting that you're not able to sort through. Right. So that's why I was like, cap. There was this girl nobody could hit. Not anybody on the football team, not anybody on the basketball team. My roommate at the time was smashing her friend. Her name was Big Booty Maria, this smart engineering major girl that just walked around. Everybody was like, yo, her ass is like, she was pretty as hell. And we had a wall where we would write people's names. So, if you're trying to wife her up, if she's on that wall, don't do it. All right. So her name wasn't on that wall, and nobody, you lying on your meat if you say you smash. I smashed Big Booty Maria. And not only that, she started following me around like a fucking puppy dog. That's why you do not do that to underclassmen, right? She thought we were about to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Right after that happened, and I get caught walking around with her holding my arm and shit. Now all of a sudden I'm getting all kind of weird advances from girls I was hollering at in the past. Right? Like it's just like, whoa, okay, I see what's going on here.
Yeah,
So
women will
I'm
up
the
your
dude.
value.
Exactly.
I was
That's
about
what
to
I'm
say,
telling you.
and
You
it's,
just
I
and it's
got
not.
dudes
But
giving me
hold on.
props, dudes
I
just
think
walking
it
up to
is.
me like,
I think it is
I
an.
ain't-
It is an ego thing. It
Mike,
is an ego thing. You
you
want
just
something that another person has because you look at it. It's like, hey, this person was kind of talking to me, but that's stupid. That's just an ego thing,
Mike,
Yeah.
trying to
you
prove
just
yourself
proved
that
my
you can
point.
have that.
You just proved my point. I just clearly said you look at a person's past, like that makes a difference. You know what I'm saying? Like, it does.
But I don't know. I think it depends on the type of women as well. Because when you have a lot of attention, there is no man that can make you kind of like look for his attention because you're used to the attention. So there's women that seek for attention. They're attention seekers. So, you know, if they don't have it, they feel insecure because they need to have that attention. So, you know, I think there is factors, because I go with what Miss Taken was saying. I cannot find attraction with a taken man. If a man is walking with his wife or girlfriend and holding her hand and he's looking at other women, I find it so disrespectful. So disrespectful. I'm like, if I told, you know, one time I told one of my exes, if you are with me, please don't look at nobody. When I'm not around, you can see whoever you want to, but when you're with me, please respect me, because I find that so humiliating. Like, I don't like another man that has a woman that is walking with his wife to look at me. So I wouldn't want my men to do that same thing, because, you know, me as a person, I don't feel good about it. I don't find attraction in a taken man. That's stupid.
I wouldn't care about
Whoa.
that.
Don't move to America. Don't ever come to America.
Enos was next. Go ahead.
This is the land of looking at other people's
So,
shit.
I be looking too.
I know this.
Booty, baby.
So I wanted to address what Miss Taken said. So if you are considered conventionally attractive, regardless of what that man looks like, women start to be like, oh, what is it about him that she's attracted to? And that curiosity starts to breed interest. He doesn't have to start off as the guy that all these women want. But if he picks the right woman, all of a sudden all these other women stop in their tracks and are like, wait, what's going on? Is he wealthy? Is he packing? Is he, you know, like, he has to have something going on to attract this woman here, right? And it magnetizes more women. I don't think women do it initially to be like, oh, she wants him, that means I should want him too. I think it starts off as like, I need to make sense of this, because this isn't how it typically, like, when the couple is equally attractive, it doesn't happen as often because people start to think it makes sense. But when the scales are tipped a little bit, women start to be like, I need to, my brain is working really hard because this is not making a whole lot of sense.
Can I add to that real quick? This is worse. What Enos is talking about, you see it with married men the most. Because one of the things that I had to come to terms with is that a lot of ladies, what we call them home wreckers, they wreck your home, and it's not even about the man. It's about the woman competing with his wife. That's when I kind of started getting smart. Like, it's not about the woman really wanting you. Women really start acting up when they see wifey. Oh, I look better than her. Like, you've seen all this type of stuff, right? They see why. Oh no, if she can get, I look better than her. Well, so you see that type of thing. That's where men got to start being really smart. This woman just want to wreck your home to see if she's able to do it.
You got a point. They base that analogy or thought on physical appearance. They put themselves but they are not willing to do everything that woman, that wife, is doing for that man. And that's where it's supposed to be like, am I going to be a better wife than this woman, or just looking at the appearance of that woman?
And but I think of it too as, I'm like, oh, he was able to pull her and he stayed with her, she stayed with him for that long. I don't know. It's just me though.
If only there was a solution that factored in the nature of men and that women would behave this way. If only there was a solution.
Everybody on three. 1, 2,
no, you don't
3.
gotta say it. Nope.
Look at me.
Next week, Marcus.
Trigger Mike, I kind of disagree and kind of agree with you. Men can be hoes.
Let me hear it.
I was a hoe.
You can be hoe.
Not picky. Not picky. Not selective. Smashing basically what was put in front of me. That makes you a hoe. That makes you a hoe.
You a street sweeper. That's what you are.
Hey. Well, I don't think you can be a hoe, like y'all never be entered by nobody.
Do what?
You never get entered. We talked about this before.
No, absolutely not. I wouldn't be.
So hold on.
But wait. My argument. The argument is
one classification question to see if you were a hoe or not. Did your value to other women go up or down? Exactly.
I'm not gonna validate your point, Mike.
Did it?
Well, it depends on what woman.
What woman?
So
value. Listen, your value will go down
what
by
I'm
the
saying
women.
is his value.
So there's a difference.
His value could
There's
be depending on a woman.
So it depended on the woman that I allowed on my arm. I would damn near smash just about anything, especially when it was them dry periods. The woman that you put on your arm can make your value go way up to other women. Y'all stack women stack themselves up to next to other women all the damn time. Like there's not even, we can't even dispute it. But when we're talking about the whole conversation, can men be hoes? Yes, if. And I think this is where this has to be met. When you are not selective, when you will smash basically anything without regard to weight, look, size, any of that. It's when you are no longer, when you're able to turn it down and still get any chick that you want, is when you are not a hoe as a man. That is like, I've been holding that thought this entire time. I'm like, wait, no, we can be hoes. We can have a body count of 200, but is it 10 that's 7 adjustable plus and the rest are below, or are all of them 7 adjustable pluses? That's when you're not, like, that's where, when the women are selective and you're still able to bust them down, that's when you're in that right spot. Just my opinion.
Let me rephrase this. Can studs be hoes? Like, can a lesbian stud be a hoe?
Damn it, Marcus.
Without having actual contact of anything going inside her, is she a hoe?
That's
if the statement is, when you have sex with people, you leave soul ties or whatever they want to say, right? If you're not being entered by somebody, but you're entering other people, does that affect who she is as a person on a large level?
You know what can solve that?
Yeah.
So what I think is, like, men
I
are.
would say men can be. I think gay men and women can be.
I think it's a different term. For me, it's more. I look at it them more like players, and it's probably an old school term. Men are players. They play, but they are playing with themselves at the same time, because that doesn't. The fact that they have multiple body counts or a high value man is not a high value man, because if they are not doing something positive for them, the high value men will be, the number of those men will be higher. But since they are not focused on doing something, hold on, let me rephrase it. So I think that men that have a high body count are also affecting themselves. So they are not doing anything positive. They're not studying. They're not building themselves. They're not doing anything, because if that was the case, then the other, the high value men data will be higher. Am I making sense?
Nope. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
I think you guys are not understanding what I'm trying to say.
No, we understood.
I'll blame my English. I'll blame my English. So if
we understood just fine.
Someone said that these men are studying, are building themselves, they're working for them, I don't know what you said, they're not just playing with women, they're not just going around with women, they're building themselves up. If that was the case, while they're playing with women and they're building themselves up, then we will have a higher number for high value men. But you always said that number is low. So because men are playing with women and they're not building themselves, that's why the other number is not high.
Building themselves,
they're not, because they're also being affected. You don't want to accept that also that behavior for men is not good for them. It's also damaging men, because they're not focusing on building themselves. They're just playing around with women.
No, so this is why I disagree. Men can do it. So him focusing on his job, career, all of that, they actually can be. When I moved here, I had no one, right? So I had to go develop my roster out there of women. But in the daytime, I worked like a dog. I was out here working on my career, glad handing people, going to meet and greets, going to corporate events after work, doing all that type of stuff. And at nighttime, I played hard, right? I was at the St. Regis happy hour. I was at the Hotel Derrick before it became Club Hood, and all that type of stuff, meeting women, developing my roster, doing all that. And when these women would call in the daytime, no, I'm not really looking for anything serious, whoop-de-whoop, because I'm on my grind. That's really how it works for most high-value men. Now, it's not like what we talked about them slaying the community and then trying to complain about there being marriageable women after. That is how they hurt themselves. But you can absolutely be a high value man and not be serious with women.
If that was the case, we will have more mics around. That's the point. If that was the case, then more mics, more people like you will be around. That's my point. But it's not.
This is my
There's no one like me.
This is my opinion on the situation. I think that high value men, and I think that Kevin Samuels will probably agree with this. This is his term. I think high value men are not sloppy. They're not sloppy men. And what's happening is these men are sloppy. You're out here slanging it to anybody. Guess what? You got a high value disease, ding-a-ling. That means you're a low value. You giving chlamydia to somebody, you ain't high value, boo. You need to get your thing checked. I think that what happens is these men who are bachelors and they're just playing the field and they just keep playing the field. I really think there's value in that. I personally think a man is a man when he's able to be great in the community and he's holding down his household and he has a legacy to prove that. I think that you are high value.
I was just going to say, I think there's a difference between a high value man and a high valued man. Those are two different things. And I think a lot of times we, mix those two up. So a high value man, they may run around and sleep with a bunch of women because they have access. They got the money. They got all of these things. But a high valued man, they're going to be that's not going to be the guy that is going to be the community D. Like they're exclusive. Like you're not going to have easy access to them. They're not going to be accessible. And I think that is what women are attracted to, where they have high values, where you can go out and know and see like, wow, like, he's cute, but he's not giving me no play, no attention, no nothing. You know what I'm saying? He's not the one that is just going to be like how AP was saying that he was just smashing everything. A lot of women do not want to end up with the guy that everybody else been with too. I mean, I know you guys think that women are like that because some women end up being with them, but even if you end up with a guy and you hear that, it would make you feel some kind of way, because that means that you're easily accessible. Everybody likes the exclusive thing. And
so all right, so I think that there are different definitions occurring right now. So what AP was talking about, I could see the argument being made. What I was speaking to was, so there's back to the original statement, right? Can you be exclusive while being what was the other word? Exclusive while being committed, right?
Are they the same?
Are they the same, right? So I'm saying it's like 9 billion people in this world, right? Mm-hmm. So you could be extremely exclusive if you only mess with the so the men that the type of men that you trying to pay with this brush is damn near like the same experience as women. Right, 100 women might come at you throughout the course of the year, and you only fuck with 15. That's still gonna start to add up over some time. Like and being a man is just different. So like the experience be like real similar to women. But I just want to go to what Sierra was saying about can you be high value? I would say being high value is the thing that afforded you the ability to be able to even do that stuff. Like the average man or the men that aren't in that position don't even have that realm of possibility. That shit is like highly unlikely and highly impossible for them to even be in a position to do that. And like by furthering your craft or being like the dude from what they call him, Prison Bay, he was exceptionally handsome. He got out and a billionaire when he married. Like when it's found him out of jail, he got a modeling contract. Like he probably got a gang of women in his past too, right? But the thing is, he is of an exceptional small percentage of men who have different results than most people based off of whatever tangible assets that women find attractive universally. And in order to achieve the body counts that maybe she's speaking of, you have to have skill set or something that's unnaturally gifted about you and able to do those things, vis-a-vis making you an exclusive person by the definition of the term.
But that's the thing. If you're exclusive, then that means not anybody should be able to have access to you. So if you are having sex with all of these women, you're now, in my opinion, you're less exclusive because so many people have been able to access you.
What's the percentage of tall men in
let me say this. I'm gonna look at a guy. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna look at a guy different. I'm gonna use celebrities, okay? A man who smashes Sexy Red to me does not have the same. If a man can smash Sexy Red, I'm gonna look at them like But if you can smash like Beyonce, Rihanna, your value kind of looks a little different than a Sexy Red. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not about, you can't just be out here smashing just anything. It's a certain, not that you should.
Yeah, in a way though, she's right, because in a way you're right. Like Marcus said, it's gonna be, because you also have to. It's gonna be nasty when a dude actually tells you his body count. Y'all don't ever ask us, which is pretty funny because you'd be disgusted. But the sex drive that men have, I was gonna say, the sex drive that men have, you would say, okay, he's probably knocking off a few of these women in a pretty decent rotation. But yeah, in another way, you are right. I don't believe that you're a high value man. So once I became whatever version I thought a high value, I didn't use that term, but what it is that when you finally get your shit together as a man, when your beard connects, when you start cutting your hair the right way, you start making real money, you're articulate, you're able to just wow women with what you do on an everyday basis. What you do become is everybody wants exclusivity from you. Like, oh my God, he came over here to me and he got all this shit going on. Let me try to become his whatever. And now, if you're not a high value man, if you can't tell most of the women seeking you, no. Can I come over tonight? No, because there's somebody else coming over. Right. So you trying to go out this Friday? I'm busy. Let's link up next Friday. Like, so that's usually what high value men have going on. So yes, all these women want them. You see what I'm saying? All these women want them, but only a few are getting that type of access to him, over to his crib, laying in his bed, whoop-de-whoop. But it is a few of them.
With him, because they don't go out with everybody. If he takes you out in
public, no. If you get, he takes the best. That's really the way to put it. He takes the best out.
Sing with you if you
exactly.
Well, I would say that there's variance in all these things. There's a difference between high value, high moral, high character. There's a difference between exclusivity and like that commitment that we were talking about. There's a difference between attractiveness or what you're attracted to versus what you are willing to feel secure in. Reason why brothers are often saying that women aren't telling the full truth, because women are being honest with how they feel, but the reality is what they're attracted to and what makes them feel secure is two different things. If there's a guy that is conventionally attractive in the qualities that make women feel secure, majority of women have either had him or they all like him because this is the qualities that women are looking for. Then when you add the logic piece in women's mind, well, if you had all of these women and you were trying to work with this woman, that one, what is the likelihood that I will be able to keep your attention if you had all these other women, right? So you end up thinking more so than you actually realize, and that you're actually missing what you're actually attracted to. But on the high value part, everybody's got their own version of high value, but what women are arguing is high value, which is really high morals or high character. Because a guy that makes a lot of money, a guy who's disciplined enough to be able to command a room or have the skills to be able to run businesses, run people, know how to articulate this in this situation. He has high character. He has high discipline. He has all of these things. It's just that in his regards to how he deals with women, he doesn't see them the same way he sees what he's responsible for, because technically he's not responsible for you. So I think that what women are really arguing for is not just high value, they're arguing for high morals. Are you going to be faithful? Are you going to be spiritual? Are you going to be grounded? Are you going to make me feel secure because you're not out here acting crazy and doing a whole bunch of nonsense that feels like it endangers my personal security? So, in essence, I think women are being truly honest with their feelings, but the reality is that there's underlying things that you don't realize, even though you truly feel like you're being honest.
HD. That's what their brain says. Very well said. But remember, we are dealing with women in real life. That's what their brain says. What does their heart say? The funniest thing about everything you say is that that's what's supposed to happen. That's what your mom will tell you. That's what your dad will tell you you should want. And that's what they will go out seeking and saying they want from a man. But their heart says something different. And I think what we're forgetting is that women tend to make the mistake. So everything that we say women don't want, like mistaken, you were saying, well, women don't want that. Women don't want a ran through man. They don't want all this. As soon as they get in this dude's vicinity, something about the way he looks, the way he smells. Y'all know the one thing all women tell themselves when they make this mistake. That's why they're all over YouTube complaining. Well, maybe he'll change for me. That's the mistake they make, bro. True. They know better that this dude has no value, no character. He's done the same thing. He maybe have a baby mama over here. I heard the story about how he did her wrong, but maybe he'll change for me because he's cute and I like.
Well, that's the argument that I was making, is that what she's attracted to is different than the logic of the situation, because women are smart enough to find and see certain habits, and they can tell a problem a mile away. However, they're still attracted to the qualities that they're attracted to. Like if he's this physical shape, or he looks a certain type of way, he sounds a certain type of way, he smells a certain type of way, he acts a certain type of way. Even though she can see clear logic red flags, she's still going to probably move in that guy's direction because she's like a fly to a light bulb. They're going to fly to that thing that they're naturally attracted to, even though it can get them killed.
I totally agree with you on this, and I think it requires accountability from women. It requires accountability on women's part to say, hey, you know what? I actually saw the red flags. I actually saw it coming. I just ignore it. But it requires for you to actually forgive yourself as a woman. We make mistakes. I've done it before. I saw potential where I thought it was potential, but there wasn't anything. And I will never forget, my father told me one time, you are not a rehab center. You are not rehab center, and you are not, any type of, center where people can go and just heal. You're not that. And he was right. I cannot say my father didn't give me the advices, because a lot of people, not just your father, your mother, your uncles, your aunties, your friends give you advices, but you just choose not to listen to that. And it requires responsibility. We need to stop blaming other people. Oh, I didn't have my father, I didn't have my mother. No, you're a grown ass person, and you know the decisions that you're making, you know where you're going. So I think it's just about accountability.
So let me ask you a question. If we look at the stats, right? So what's the percentage of Black men that have married? It's pretty low, right? So
right now,
period.
What's the solution for that?
So is it safe to say that the other, so if it's 49%, 50% of men who are not married, is it safe to say the other 50% ain't shit?
No, it's not safe to say that. I think a lot. I mean, just to be real, there's a large amount of people. Even most of divorces are attributed to people just not knowing what to do within the institution of marriage. How can we blame people who had no example for not wanting to get married?
See, she just said we got to stop blaming. And y'all agree with that?
What do you mean?
I be saying your name.
Zaida.
Zaida just said we got to stop saying, oh, that no, our parents weren't there, all these kind of things. We got to stop blaming other people. We're grown ass people at this point, right?
No, I think those are two different things. What I actually mean is the mindset. Like, what I cannot expect. Think about it this way. Marriage was not scary for me at all. I always knew I'd be married. I always knew I'd be top dad because I had the example. I literally knew exactly what I was going to do, how I was going to do it, how I was going to treat my wife by watching. The greatest conversation ever had without words.
Yes, I am.
Is the conversation between a father teaching his son how to be a man, a husband, and a father. Just watching him do it, I learned how to do it. I do not know where to start, where other men can start if they didn't have that example. How do you learn to be a good husband? How do you learn to be an attentive father? How do I really feel for men and women. If you didn't see it, it's not going to be something that you inspire to. It should probably scare the shit out of you when you see these divorce rates.
Well, there's people that actually didn't have parents and they want to become a good parent.
Yeah.
Like there is exceptions to the rules, but it requires for you to heal from your traumas, which we all have.
Absolutely. I agree with that. 100%.
I suggest for everybody to read this book. It's called It Didn't Start With You. It's a great book. You will understand and heal from your traumas from childhood.
Nice.
Go ahead, Enough.
So, like, I hear Trigger Mike what you said so often. Like, at this point, I almost tune out, right? And it's not to be dismissive or anything. It's just like one of those things. When it plays too often, you just like it kind of becomes background noise. Because what I also keep hearing about men, and I think we discussed this a little bit last week, how like men will go seek out people to learn from. They will go seek when it comes to everything except for marriage. To the point where when men are happily married and successfully married, they get called lame, they get called boring, they get called all of these things, right? They get simps. You know what I mean? Like there has to be something else to stop it. There has to be something else.
You see, that's what I mean. Men don't respect other men. You see?
Yeah, it's
they respect each other. They troll each other. It's just their relationship.
That's not respect.
And Marcus, you got to point the other direction.
Other way.
You're pointing at Harrison. There you go.
It's always the opposite.
Hold on, let me mirror this.
It's always the opposite.
So, like, I guess those two questions come up for me, right? Is why is marriage the exception? And like, what else? There has to be something else there. What is it that causes people to ostracize the very thing that is essential to community? Like, it can't just be it's not your parents. There has to be more to it.
Well, it's like an engine in a car. You have most of the parts there, and I do agree with you. Men will seek out. I think most of the men around my age, they start to have like this ability to want to gravitate towards you and start asking you questions and nudging you because they're like, damn, look at around these dudes. Look at how well put together they are. They're married. They actually like their wives. And I love their wife. They like their wives. They seem to make this. Oh, my son. Sorry. They seem to make this thing look good. Maybe it's not so bad. But the other part I think men are dealing with is somebody pissed in the dating pool for men and women. Right. So we're also dealing with a gender war in which women are coming out saying things that should scare the shit out of men. You niggas ain't leaders. Y'all wouldn't lead yourself out of a paper bag. Y'all toxic. I want to be on the white man's team. Like, you got to understand, if I had all parts to make this engine run, I'd buy the car. But right now, they don't have faith that it's going to run well if they buy it.
All right, now I'm about to play devil's advocate for the women that's saying that. Because
of course, you're a simp. Go ahead.
Simping ain't easy.
Yeah, but it sure is fun. I'd rather be a simp than a mimp because men
and I'd rather be a mimp than a simp.
Pleasure is hella gay. But
and
let
I'd
me
rather
just say,
be a mimp than a.
You rather be interested in men's pleasure than women's pleasure?
You know what I like about you, Marcus? You know what I like about you, Marcus?
I'm my brother's keeper.
Marcus does not care about people coming for him because he know he the man. You understand? He don't got a pander. He knows he is so confident in himself. He can give a good damn. Okay.
He's agreeing with you, which means you're actually a simp. Yep. He's agreeing with you. Yeah.
I can change that last P from pleasure to something else, Trigger Mike. So, like I was saying,
Go ahead.
I did forgot the question.
Pleasure,
Dang, y'all know he got ADD. Come on, Marcus.
Yeah. Oh, so look, when y'all was on camera, y'all was not displaying no damn leadership skills. I was embarrassed. I was thoroughly upset. I sat there and I say, the 11 traits that she talking about from the Napoleon Hill book are correct. You do need all of those things to be an effective leadership. Are they displaying them right now? Absolutely not. Not only are they not in control of the environment, they also not in control of their emotions. They're not displaying any of the characteristics that would represent leadership in a quality way where I could say men are holding it down. I was embarrassed. I went home and I said, we took an L today. We took a mighty L today. And I don't
wish
know
I
how
had
we
the
gonna redeem
footage.
ourselves. She said, "What books
Look
have
at
y'all
Mike
read on
looking like,
leadership?
don't want it.
What books have y'all read on leadership?" They was like, "Well, shit, I used to go outside and see people lead, so I know how to do it now."
The little engine that could.
Do you know why? Do you know why you're
hold
on her side, Marcus? Because you're a simp.
She said,
If you think leadership comes from a book,
she said, "Do you believe scholarship is akin to effective leadership?" They was like, "Reading books is for women."
somebody said that.
Mike.
Somebody said reading books is for women.
Mike.
You said it.
I don't
Look at
believe
Mike.
Mike, you said that?
Wait. I said
You
the
said it was
exact
a
words.
feminine
Reading books
activity.
is for women.
You said it was a feminine activity.
I said it was a feminine activity.
Yes.
So what? Wait, I remember talking about
Say it ain't so.
fiction books. Women read novels and fiction books. Reading for leisure is traditionally now a feminine activity. More women read fantasy and all that type of stuff. Men read a lot of nonfiction. We read articles. We read engineering stuff. We read all that type of stuff. We read stuff that interests us. If somebody put a gaming magazine on a table, a man would most likely read that. But I'm saying reading for leisure is, pretty much a woman's activity.
So
mostly women do it.
So to debunk that just a little bit, Trigger Mike, the highest selling books that are out there outside of religious texts are nonfiction. The number one consumer of the self-help aisle is women. It's not men, and that is all nonfiction, right? Sure, women will dabble in fiction from time to time, but the majority of books that women are buying are self-help, which is nonfiction.
Oh, that's cool. Well, women, it just means women read more.
I gave you a name of a book not even 5 minutes ago, and I bet you don't know.
Let me debunk what the simp Marcus said, because maybe it'll sound better coming out in actual words. What I don't like about this entire reading discussion is that we are discrediting and dismissing all technology has done for our ability to communicate as human beings. Remember, reading is actually from a time old. That's the only way to get the thoughts and actions of other human beings is through the text, through an account of their actions and thoughts. That's the way that you knew what Aristotle thought. That's the way you knew what Plato thought, because they wrote it down. Technology has given us a way to read in real time. And the best part about it is that I could ask author Marcus White in a real live conversation on any given topic to elaborate on what he thinks. So most men will prefer, like I said, learning this way, through conversation, through elaboration with one another. And this is actually reading. If I get to get his thoughts and actions from an actual conversation, this is the same as reading. If I can get his firsthand account of what he thinks about me being a mimp, all right, and the book he's about to write about it, and ask him to elaborate, that is the same as reading the damn book.
So Trigger Mike, so there's a level of introspection that's required in order to be an effective leader. And I think that does not come through like one-on-one conversation, because sometimes you have to read something, sit with it, and reread it so that the true emphasis of the statement can sink in. I think if we discredit reading, we discredit a large portion of how men gain intellectual intelligence and intellectual honesty, because you've got to sit with your thoughts and integrally decide if what you're thinking is legit, true, or is what you're reading, which develops your cognitive ability to be able to just critically think. And I think in conversations, because although we like to say women are extremely malleable and swayable to the opinions of other women, the whole simp conversation seems to me that men are extremely malleable to the opinions of other men. Because just calling somebody a simp can get them most of the time to bet, not me, because I don't give a fuck, but most men, you call them a simp, they'll back up off a compliment or an ideal that originally began in their head. You call them a simp, oh no, she not that cute. I'm not simping, y'all. Look, my critical thinking allows me to still say these niggas is crazy, and I still think she pretty. These niggas is crazy, and this is how this should go. Like I exist outside of that, but I also read.
Okay, so we're gonna let H ask the question, and then we're gonna go to the next video. I still got like 3. Let's go.
Okay. Mr. Marcus, let me ask you a question. Do you think that you can develop thinking skills, critical thinking skills, leadership qualities by following somebody's example?
Absolutely.
Okay. And can you also think that you can learn all of those qualities without reading a single book?
Absolutely.
So the seriousness of being able to be versatile, to understand that reading in general is a form of how you learn information, but also interpersonal interactions, experiences. All of these things work together to help build the case for you to understand the qualities that you need to deal with certain situations. So I can't fully discredit your reading perspective, but I neither could fully discredit Mike's idea of, you have to get it from a person.
So I want to be intellectually honest. So when
I agree with what you're saying, but if we're talking about YouTube, you're getting information from people who are not experts. Some people are money motivated. It's like, who are you getting your information from? At least when you read a book, it's peer reviewed most of the time. It has research behind it. It's not just some random dude in his mom's basement with a microphone talking and it don't even know. I mean, he got a GED, don't have nothing going for himself, probably doesn't even pay rent. Like, so I think that who you're getting the information from does make a difference. And unfortunately, YouTube, there's nothing behind YouTube to say that, this person's legit, this person's legit. You're just getting information from
honestly,
hold on, I was about to respond to Harris because I was going to respond to the stuff he said, because I agree. To be intellectually honest, I agree with what you're saying. The skill set can be earned in a myriad of different ways. However, are the majority of men currently who've observed these skill sets from other men currently leaders as we would qualify them today?
Yes. And here's the reason why I say this. Because just because you're a leader does not make you a good leader. Oftentimes, men have leadership qualities, but they're leading a lot of people the wrong way.
Make you a leader.
No, I think a lot of men, or majority of men, are leaders. They're just not leading people in the right direction.
Correct. So a man, just because you're born a man, doesn't automatically make you a good leader.
This is what we got to put aside.
I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, like because we still got 2 things for the topics to go.
All right, and I had to go back at your book thing. Most books, you said peer reviewed, maybe academic, scholarly articles are peer reviewed. Books aren't peer. People do the same shit in books that they do on YouTube.
Well, I mean, by books, but if it's a non-fiction book, it's based off some type of reality, right?
No.
What I've seen people doing right now is like making videos of things that are like the highlights of a book, and they put it like, this is for content creators, because they're not creating the content; they're just copying from other people. But no, they're just summarizing the highlights of the book, and they're making it seem like I said this, and I find out a lot, and I was like, you got this from Atomic Habits, because I read the book. But if you read, that's what you will know that, and probably that person got it from someone else, but in reality is that the person who wrote the book, it was based on his own experience. So he couldn't get it from nobody else. It was his own experience.
They're theoretical.
Wait, let Inas go. She had her finger up.
Sorry. So just to quickly answer Trigger Mike's question, outside of academics, it's only memoirs that are vetted, that have a committee that goes through and vets the details that are given out. Any other non-academic classification of nonfiction is not necessarily vetted. So that's just the only thing. Memoirs are vetted.
Gotcha.
So there's theoretical and practical ways that you can, have understanding of a theory, knowledge, and information, right? And I think that there has to be a compass of encompassing of all of those things. So one, you do need to observe somebody in the role or the position that you think is something that you will look up to, right? In a mentorship type of way. Also, you need to read thoughts and understanding, because I think one of the issues that I realize with men is they don't understand nuance. And that nuance comes from understanding the specificity of certain ideas, situations, and understanding. And because they don't do that, they paint everything with a broad brush, and then they miss critical things that would change the context of whatever they're trying to do. And that creates huge errors that can lead you down a pitfall in the wrong direction. There's specificity that needs detail in order to really understand. And I think unless you have the perfect teacher, you might not get that from a person, and you more than likely will get it from someplace where the information is drilled down, where you can go in the very detailed descriptions and get all the information and extrapolate the data that you need from that. We are now in a position where the majority of men have a great understanding of nuance, and it's sad. Unfortunately, it's sad.
I agree. And please, y'all, I'm giving because let me be very clear. It was 100% problematic. This is I knew exactly what Princella was doing, and I was the host of the show, so I couldn't even really rebut. What she's doing is taking what she does well to spear at men. She does well. She reads, right? But if we're gonna have an academic decathlon, let's do it. It's me versus her, right? If you want to do leadership, if you want to do a ninja course or whatever, like, you see what I'm saying? Leaders are readers. She's doing everything she does well, right? She reads, she does this to put it on display. Say, leaders do this. No, I have learned more about leadership through observation, trial and error, sacrifice, result. Like, you see what I'm saying? So I could go 100% back at her with an alternate perspective, right? And what I just wanted to make sure I made clear is that, yes, I believe men do start reading, like you said, Marcus, to get the accounts of others. That's how you start interpreting nuance better, to get the accounts of others who are doing the same job. He did it this way, and he is detailing why he did it that way. That's going to help you interpret nuance. But the one thing I noticed about most men, you have to develop your interest and understand your purpose first. That's what leads you to books, right? That's why I said we don't read for leisure. I literally read all day. That's my job. I'm a dean.
What's the quickest way to experience life without actually experiencing life?
Okay, you guys,
this is just because I know that we've talked about on the show education, a lot. And I think I was very sensitive to that specific topic because of working with, young students. And I see the fact that they struggle with reading. And knowing our historical background about the fact that we weren't even allowed to read, to then get to a point where people died from just trying to read, to the point that we're now like, oh, well, I don't need to read. I don't need to read a book. Like, it just baffles my mind that we'll argue the fact that, and I'm not just saying you, I'm just that whole thing, to argue the fact that we don't really need to read. My thing is, why can't you do both? Why can't you do both? You learn from experience, but you also learn from reading. And just the process of reading, it develops your mind in a different way as well. So you're exercising certain things in your brain that you don't when you're just learning, auditorily, hearing somebody tell you something.
Oh, okay. So, I'm not talking about learning to read. Like, everybody need to learn to read. Like, damn, I'm not saying nobody needs to read like black boys need to have a 4th grade reading level forever.
And
absolutely
that's where it's at.
Learn to read, but
Okay, Enos, and that's the last one. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, just a quick yes or no question. Are they still using reading as a predictor of whether or not somebody's going to wind up in prison or jail?
Of course.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't we make reading cool? Why wouldn't we promote reading?
We can't. I think it's biological. What I think is that no, listen. We can't make reading cool because, so think about it this way. What do these kids already find cool? Because it's a socioeconomic status thing, right? So we are not embedding the proper, we are not doing enough to understand the way modern children succeed in school. We're not doing enough. It's either the school doesn't have enough resources or people can't dedicate enough time to understand that there's a different way to do it. Answer my question, yes or no. Do schools teach the same way and encourage teachers to teach the same way? Because they don't have the budget to have a bunch of different, like all learners who tested this way go learn on this half of the school. The ones that can learn this way learn on that half of the school. They can't do that. They have to teach one way, which is usually audio visual. So it's going to handicap most of the students who cannot read that way, who do not get the enrichment at home, right? My kids read to me every night. Most people don't have that going on. So it can't be cool if we can't fix the socioeconomic hangups that these kids are going through.
Can I say something? Well, just real quick. The reason why I think I agree with you with the biological part is because there's different methods of learning. Some people learn by reading, some people learn by listening, and the kinesthetic, which is what HD was saying, learning by experience. But people don't know that.
Most people use a combination.
But reading is just acquiring information. You can acquire information in multiple ways. Reading is not just reading. I actually used to read more. Now I do audio books. So I'm listening more than reading. But it's because I changed the method that I'm using. But at the end of the day,
but you know how to read
information. But people need to know what their learning method is, so they can, hey, if it is better for you to watch a video, then you're more visual than, So it's just what I wanted to say about the biology.
As an educator, the best thing to do, and most people use more than one learning modality depending on what it is they're learning. Yeah. So if you are, let's say, overemphasizing one, then that means you're not building up the strength of the other ones. So it's important that you do all of those things. And I'm going to leave it at there because I see Shan's face and I'm learning to be concise.
Yeah. But you remember you said, everybody learns tactically and kinesthetically, but boys excel at it because most of the jobs that men do out in the world, most of them involve their hands. Fair?
Yeah.
Fair. Okay, you guys. I don't even know how to get us back to where we were because that just was a totally different topic. Like totally different. So let me do this super chat real fast and maybe that'll help.
Dub Will, $4.99. A man can't turn a woman into a 304 unless she wants to be one.
Hello.
Debatable.
That is debatable.
What? So
manipulation is a thing.
Yes.
Anybody that wants to be manipulated.
Oh no.
That doesn't mean she's totally faultless. Let's stop assuming that people's statements are super extreme. That doesn't mean that she doesn't take accountability for staying longer than she should. But let's also not ignore the fact that some men are out there manipulating women. Like the two things can exist at the same time.
For sure.
And they standing there like, manipulate me.
Blue collar jobs don't require reading. Yes.
Nope.
They do.
No, they don't. A construction foreman. I'm sorry, these Mexicans out here building this school ain't reading shit.
I bet you the foreman's office, they got to be aware.
Why my mail don't get to the right house.
They ain't reading the goddamn thing. They watching the dude do it.
Talking about which jobs get paid higher, right? The foremans are reading those plans. They're reading all of that stuff, and then works there.
I accept it, and it's true. But most blue collar jobs don't require reading. It requires one person to be able to read that can show the rest of the people how to do the job.
Why are we promoting this? Like, what are we doing here?
Well, it's the real world.
Ain't you a professor at a school?
Yes.
That's why I said.
Like, why would you promote?
Wait. Let me
hold on. Literally held us. We were slaves for 400 years because this like that.
No, I take the emotion out of it. Take the emotion out of it.
It's not about emotion. It's just what it is.
You mentioned slaves. No, I'm saying I'm not talking about the educational component, meaning being able to read. What I'm saying is the realistic portion that we now have all of human endeavor, all of human information and knowledge put in 3 different formats. So reading text is no longer the only way to learn. That's all I'm saying.
So Trigger Mike, on Juneteenth, 2 years ago, I went to Soho House. I don't know if y'all familiar with Soho House, but it's like a real exclusive club, right? And they got a rooftop pool. And in the midst of a pool party, what I chose to do was read a book out of like appreciation for my ancestors. I sat there and read it. And you know what happened? I got harassed by women while I tried to read the book. That's neither here nor there. And what I will say is it's ironic. What I will say is it's ironic that you a married man that don't advocate for marriage and a professor that don't advocate for reading.
Man, if you don't
it's crazy.
God damn, Trigger Mike.
You know what, Mike? This is what Trigger Mike gives me, and I'm gonna be honest with you. He like one of them men who like right here. He want everybody to be under him, so he keeps them down. It's kind of like the crab.
Do you know? I do advocate for marriage.
No. You like to keep men right here. You like to. You seem to be like that kind of person. You don't promote this right here. You want to.
So do you know? Y'all can't do me like that. Do you know why? Do you know why I'm advocating for the way I'm advocating? I'm sorry. The reason I'm advocating for this is because we get. So one of the interesting things about college now is that they remember I said everybody. No, hold up. God damn, can I finish I'm just trying to make my point. One of the interesting things about college now is there's too many points of entry. Before, somebody had to be a good text reader. You had to be able to study text and interpret it well to be a good college student. So now I get a bunch of students, right? And they all get referred to me. You got to go see the director. All right, these students have low GPAs. They're having issues. One of the first problems I encounter is that they cannot read. They get distracted. I'm sorry, not that they cannot read. They cannot read full textbooks without getting distracted. So I go into the LMS, all right, the learning management system. I see what other resources they have to teach that person the lessons. So now we have it. I have an instructor. Can you summarize chapters 1 and 2 of this text and put it in voice threads and send it to this student? And the student now all of a sudden is getting A's that I had because I had instructors put it in voice. Then we had another instructor, or McGraw-Hill makes a video to teach them, and that person starts getting A's. I'm telling you that we need to cater to the way that people learn. Everybody doesn't learn the same way. I am not.
I agree with you.
That's what differentiation is. That's the push for differentiation for that very reason. But a part of the differentiation isn't only driving towards one way that person learns. It's about building up the other areas as well, because that makes you more well-rounded in general, and it helps with critical thinking just in general. So it can't just be one way and that's it.
Hey Shan, can I just say one thing?
What he said, a Walmart driver starts at $72,000 a year, no reading. You don't read signs when you're driving. You don't read.
You know what he means? They don't read novels. They don't read. They don't read fucking. Hold on. What am I reading right now? Y'all act like I don't fucking read.
So there was one more super chat before this. Can we get to that? Because I wanted to respond to it.
But thank you for the super chat. The fact that you put money behind that is great. Thank you.
Okay, I read books. All right. Damn. I'm really at the beginning, but still, I read books. Okay.
So 2 more years till Western.
But it's whack. Reading is whack as shit. I'm joking. I don't want y'all to jump on me.
2 more years till Western civilization collapses. $5. You forgot the feminist school system is designed to appeal to a female's way of learning. Why do you think boys are struggling more? So I wanted to address this.
True.
It is not. No, hang on. Here, it's not. Here's what did change, because the school system hasn't changed. The way they teach things has not changed. What has changed is that teachers are no longer able to physically discipline a child in order to beat them into focusing.
That's true.
That is the thing that has changed. The forced discipline to continue to pay attention past your attention span has shifted away. that is the only thing that's changed from the way schools functioned before, where men were the only ones going to college and university and getting educated, to what's happening now.
And a competition between technology. Teachers can't compete with the phones because
The earbuds,
right,
your skin complexion now.
And the way the society is, it's a now always being entertained every minute, this, that. So you're not going to church. That was one of the other ways that you learn how to sit, be still, and just listen and focus. Like now, you don't get to practice that. So the attention span is not there. And that's why boys are having a hard time. It's not just boys, but boys do have a harder time sitting there to pay attention, but they're not also getting practice to do that.
You know why my boy students don't? Well, my male students don't have a problem? I put their lessons on their phone. I put all of their lessons, their announcements, and all of that where their attention is at.
Let me tell you this.
But you're working with
no, mistaken. All the lessons are on the computer. They can access them through their phone. They're just not.
No, I send them to their phone.
What we're telling you is now all kids have a Chromebook and their lessons are on the computer. The problem is you push the window and they're on something else instead of the lesson. That's not the issue. We are doing that.
Don't get upset, shit. God damn, I'm just joking.
No,
you like don't comment on my teaching skills. Try to help me.
Listen, Nas landed it right ahead. Teachers, our hands are tied behind our back. We say something to your kid wrong, it's an issue. We do this, it's an issue. We can't force your kid to do something. We can't.
Can I answer this?
Go ahead.
She says, "Did any of y'all men have trouble in school?" I absolutely did. I absolutely did. I could not keep focus. I thought I was dumb for a while. In fact, the interesting thing is every single class I liked, I got an A. Anything that interests me, I got an A. The second the shit was boring and I looked off into space thinking about how big the teacher's booty was, some shit, I never paid attention in that class. But go ahead, Mark.
That's more than 95% of the kids in the class.
You know what?
And that's not just a boys thing.
It's also
it's not just for men or boys.
You know what?
Well, girls do the readings after. I don't do
This
the
is the
readings.
this is the thing about teaching. Your first teacher is your parents. It don't matter what that teacher does in the classroom, because your first line of teaching, because that teacher has your kid for 1 year. She only responsible for your kid for one. You are responsible for your kid for a lifetime. So if you feel like the teacher's dropping the ball somewhere, you need to come in and step in. That's your job. If learning how to read, you are the first person to teach your kid how to read. Okay, so don't put everything on the teacher. It's you.
So I struggled in school
as a parent, not you, Isaiah, but I'm just saying as a parent, whoever's the parent.
We all struggle in school in something.
Because I didn't want to wear the glasses that I needed, so I couldn't see the board. So I really struggled. And then after school, I was doing other things outside of homework, so I ain't had no structure. I was like running the streets and shit. So, but when it came to the ACT, I was like 4 points off from a perfect score. So I was able to go with a 2.0 on the full ride, and I needed straight A. So my last year, I had to buckle down, me and my girlfriend at the time. You know what I'm saying? And I got straight A's for the last year to pull up this 1.5 GPA average, and then they're perfect on the ACT in order to go to school. So it's application, because I had something I actually wanted to apply myself for. I think we do a terrible job in incentivizing boys to want to be like acclimated in the school the right way. If it wasn't for basketball, I probably would have dropped out. Like I didn't see a need for it, because it didn't. My adult male foresight hadn't kicked in yet, and I saw things in such a temporary view that if it wasn't gonna get me paid within the next week, I ain't care about it. So school requires you to have a long-term thought process, or somebody with foresight that can correctly communicate that to you. And Trigger Mike, one other thing, when y'all had the conversation with Prince Ella, right? Because
oh my God,
this is just real quick. The stuff that she espoused from Napoleon Hill book, Think and Grow Rich, excellent information from the man that she was reading that information from. Her tangent, I completely disagree with the tangent that she goes off on. What I would have wanted y'all to see to do differently was to elevate that conversation and have a high level conversation on leadership. And that was what I was disappointed in, to be clear. All right, that's it.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Shan, I put up the video if you.
Okay. All right. We got to jump back onto the subject. Sorry. But that was a good conversation. Okay.
It's a beautiful thing. You know, Ace mentioned something which is my point. The reason why I think whenever you're ready, that's really what it is. It's really whenever you're ready, but what does that look like, right? My thing is, I think if it's hard for me to tell young men to start taking women seriously in their 30s when he's not a virgin. He's out here nailing everything. If subconsciously you saying to them, you didn't say these words, but subconsciously you saying, play through your 20s. And because he's having sex, that means he's breaking a lot of hearts, including his own heart. So then now, at this point in time, how can you, and then you expect this 30, 32, 35, or whatever how old he is, to be a faithful man when he never had to deal with just one woman ever. He's been practiced on dealing, he's so used to, we talking about habits, he's so used to habit, whenever it gets too rough or thick, the whole 9 yards, he's just playing. He never took someone seriously, he's on the scapegoat. But now all of a sudden, you're saying, he's gonna say to himself, because I hear people say to me all the time, bro, I'm not ready. They think that they need to get, someone told them that they need to get it out of their system. No, discipline doesn't start before you get married. Discipline actually starts when you get married. Because you think that urge, you think you got urge now when you're not married for dealing with other women. When you get married,
talk about it, man.
That discipline, that urge heightens times 10. And you like, damn, you thought you was doing something.
No, if you ain't in order.
If you ain't in order, but so it goes back to what everybody's saying, therapy.
Now, I do want to say this, because I felt like you...
What we call dating is practicing divorce. Try it as many times as you want until you find the one. But what you've done is you've formed a habit of getting into things and getting out of them. So what ends up happening is when it gets tough into a marriage, the first reflex I know to do is get out of it.
Yes. Sorry, y'all. Look, I had to play both of them back to back because y'all ain't gonna have me on here all night. And plus, they kind of go together. You know what I'm saying? But I think that that's true. I mean, we talk about discipline, and we were talking about relationships and stuff. And I think that we're just setting ourselves up for failure with the strategy we've got going on here. What do you guys think about the videos?
I agree. It's a habit. Everything's a habit.
Mute, Mike.
I got a question. Do men tell other men? Is that a thing?
What do you
explicitly?
mean?
Do men tell other men to play till you're 25? I mean 35?
Yeah.
Maybe not 35, but 30. I've said it before. And my rationale behind it was, so out of pure looking out for the guy that I was talking to, right? The women that you can get at 18 is a different caliber of woman if you developed yourself to a certain point by the time you reach 30. Plus, a lot of guys be green and wet behind the ears, so they don't really understand how to have like understanding of female nature or how to deal with women in a mass. And in my specific opinion, dealing with women gives you a skill set that you can apply unilaterally that you may not have had if you did not deal with women throughout that time. Now, I don't have the perspective of somebody that got married at 18, so I wouldn't know that perspective. So I can only speak to what I did, right? So if there's another way that actually works, then go for it. But I've seen the men in my family who started at earlier ages. One of the things I like to do is try and pre-solve for stuff. So they told me, don't get married, right? That was the advice I was given. Don't get married. These women be nagging, they complain, they do all of this extra stuff. This is how women are. And in that process of just doing what I wanted to do and not get married, I start to realize that it's not that women nag, complain, and do all these things. It's that the men don't have the skill set to communicate what's a clear boundary of something that they'll accept and won't accept. And when they don't have the leverage early on, habits are formed, and those habits continue along the duration of the relationship, as opposed to somebody that has the leverage to stop that stuff in the track and not have to deal with any of that. And then you don't have any of those problems. So when I was talking to those young men, I'm like, you don't have the leverage yet to tell her XYZ, and she listens to you effectively. That was my stance on it.
Well, your stance is very different than what most men, why most men say that. And my own experience, I can say not even men, but women also reinforce it. Now, with my son, now I never told him to go out and be a hoe, but I was not necessarily on board with him when he initially wanted to get married, because I told him I think that he's too young and he needs more life experience. He equated experience to sex, but I wasn't even talking about that. I was just talking about just relationship. He had not been in a relationship. You know, he had a little girlfriend in the 9th grade, and that was it. So you can't even really count that. But I think even if men don't say it directly, they do say it indirectly as well. And even through their own actions. Oh, you got a girlfriend. You don't need to have no girlfriend. You know how many women out there? Like, you're not saying it directly, but you're saying it indirectly and reinforcing that behavior. Yeah, men do it all the time. And like I said, I don't know if I had to be clear with my son that that's not what I was saying. I wasn't saying life have more experience via sex. It was just have more experience in life. You never had a job before. You just got out of, high school. Like, it was just so much that he needed some experience before he got married. But he chose to get married. He got married at 21. He said he felt like he had enough experience. And he got married. And now we definitely support that. Because that was a decision that he chose to do.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So I will say that women too reinforce that messaging,
mm-hmm.
right? They'll tell their sons, "Don't be worried about these little girls.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be like committing to these girls or whatever."
They say home. They call it too,
or fast or whatever. Right? So women do that with the boys, but then it gets reinforced through the girls as well. They get told that, once a man's gotten it out of his system, then he'll make a good husband. Right? The man who's like finished playing the field, that's when he'll really commit to you, right? So the messaging not only gets told to young boys and then they grow up with that, young girls also hear that same messaging, whether they're hearing their parents say it to the boys or they're being told directly, listen, when he's done, that's when he's equipped to be a husband. So it becomes this thing where everybody has now accepted that that's the way it needs to be.
If you ever go back and watch the show that I got the 2 clips from, actually, they said it to the dude who was 29, the guy. They were like, oh, don't worry about me. You're 29. You got this time. And da-da-da-da. So they actually said it on that show to that guy, just throwing it out there. So it's been said.
So I watched that show, and what I find also interesting, the guy who was speaking, I forget his name, but he's the taller guy.
I know you're talking about the ball.
Yeah, it's 2 of them on there. One is the guy named Oliver, right? And he's a self-proclaimed, he calls himself a beta male, right? And the power dynamics within relationship are extremely fragile if you don't know how to manage them. And I think the younger you two are, the harder it is to establish an effective power dynamic within a relationship where you can fully be ingratiated in a leadership role that throughout society has been the role that men have played that have furthered the longevity of relationships. because I mean the saying is always it's still consistent, right? If your woman does not look up to you and respect you in that way, it's a good chance that that relationship will eventually end, either to you being upset about how things are going within a relationship, or her feeling that she can do much better than you. And I think it's hard for a young man at 18 and a young woman at 18 to embark on that journey where he realistically will not have the tangible things that an older man would have.
Wait a minute. Did somebody just say I like Marcus? Girl, boy, goodbye. I had to jump in on that. You cool though.
Marcus.
I don't even see married men. What did Nas say? They open the door, I don't see them. I'm sorry. It's harder to see you. You're so tall, but I'm just saying.
It's cool. It's cool. I accept it.
I was joking.
You almost had me.
You don't need to boost
market
Marcus go anymore.
I'm a humble person, honestly. I don't. I really am. Like,
he said it's hard not to see. I'm like, what? What is it? I'm sorry. That was so off. I apologize. Go ahead, HD.
I think it makes viable sense what the gentleman was saying on the video, as far as that sometimes we end up creating the same problems that we complain about.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely agree to that. I still wrestle personally what necessarily is the most effective, younger or older, because like I said before, if you start younger, you have a chance to build with somebody through adversity, because both of y'all typically ain't got nothing. So you're more than likely to reason that you can work with this person because both of y'all ain't got nothing. So y'all have more likelihood of being on the same level. But if you start younger, you have more growing, you have more shifts in your thought processes every 2 to 5 years. So then you may be completely different people 5 years from that point, and now you don't want to be with that person.
And
But
then
then
he divorces you, then you won't feel bad because y'all, that y'all worked together and it wasn't at the end. You didn't show up at the end. I'm just joking.
yeah, well, and then you got the flip side. Okay, well, now you have the conventional resources and the experience to now be like, all right, well, now I can do this thing a little bit better than I could when I was younger. But then if you have a woman at the same age, now she also has a similar idea of how the world works and how things will go. So now you both started with nothing. If you would have started younger, y'all both started with nothing. But now when you get older, y'all both got something. So now you feel like you got more bargaining chips because now both of y'all think that y'all know what's going on and that, oh, you should listen about this and you should do this. So then, because you've been largely in charge of yourself, you're more than likely to protect yourself more so than protect the things that you guys are trying to build together. So I still don't 100% know what is the most likely successful relationship as far as going with the biological idea, which is later, or going with the risk, the high risk of going younger in the hopes that the adversity will build a stronger bond long term.
the Nation of Islam says half your age plus 7 after 18. So half your age plus 7.
Hold on.
So
So you said after 18?
yeah, so everybody of legal age, but half your age plus 7. So that will put you in a position where you would at least have 3 to 4 years, at the very minimum, I believe, 3 to 4 years of experience, and that life experience can help a whole lot. It's hard to lead somebody when they believe that they have a better understanding of how things should go than you. That's going to create a contentious relationship, even with a non-contentious person.
I agree. I'm trying to do the math. So, okay, so if you're 35 years old, half of that is about 17 and a half. So we're going to say 18, right? Then plus 7. So that's 25.
Yeah, 25, 26 with a 35-year-old. So in that situation, she would probably get the man that she can admire, look up to, and he would get somebody who would be in a state of beauty at that point that would be, beneficial to him, so he could see. Because one of the other things that men complain about is that the women that they want when they wanted them, like because in this space they quantify a period of a young lady's life as her prime or whatever, right? So within that prime, one of the main things they complain about is that she spent that with men that were not them, and that seems to be a big point of contention. So I think that solves for that as well, right? So it makes a lot of sense on a lot of levels.
I think that that's a decent, a 26 and a 35-year-old. I don't think that that's a bad. I think that that's a decent.
I like that a lot, actually.
That's a decent. The problem is, this is the problem. When women look for men, they look for different things. The women, it's not as easy as, oh, here's this 35-year-old who's available. It may be that easy for men. It's not that easy for women. In that case, then women would just choose the men who are, 35 right now, ain't, who looking for a relationship. It's just not that easy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I think part of the problem is because at that age, we're not necessarily looking for the man either. In this day and age, I think
this day and age, for real.
Yeah, I think years ago, yes, but in this day and age, they're not even looking either. They start looking when they're hitting their 30s, or late 20s to early 30s, because that's been the average. I think the average for women in America is about 29 when they're getting married. So
that's why I had to say they actually are looking at 26. But I mean, I think it's mixed, at the very least. It's a mixed amount, because the people who are getting married at 29 met their husband at 24 or 25.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They didn't meet him at 29. But what I will ask, just the ladies on the panel, since I have you, do you think women would start seeking marriage? Because we know that what's been told by mom and grandma, girl, get your education, do what you got to do, all this stuff. We know all of that modern stuff. But if in hindsight, if women knew how hard it was to find a suitable man into your 30s, do you think they would have started taking it seriously earlier?
I think that, listen, I think that, I look at that, and what I do is I go back to homecoming. And there's a great deal of people who are married to people we went to school with. So it's a great deal of people who did just that. They had those boyfriends, they married, a lot, at least at my school. I can't speak of anybody else's school, and they're still married. So maybe I didn't do it, but a great deal of women did do it, and they are still married to these men.
So I'll say that you're right, Trigger Mike, because you start to see women once they get into their 30s, and then as they kind of roll into their mid 30s, late 30s, they start to become a lot more cooperative. They start to become a lot softer. They start to become a lot friendlier, because they realize that those are the things that are going to attract the man that they're looking for. Whereas in their younger years, they do opt into being cantankerous because they're not taking marriage so seriously. They're not being the wife that a man is looking for, because they feel like they have time. Mm-hmm. Because I want to focus on establishing myself. I want to build up my safety net in case things go wrong. Like, there's a multitude of reasons. There isn't just one reason why women aren't taking it so seriously as young as they used to. I think it looks a little bit different for different people, but most women do regret it, because they do make the adjustments they need to once they're past what the internet deems as their prime.
Yeah.
So
a
lot.
Hey, Marcus, before you get into this, I want to come to the defense of myself and Trigger Mike. We get a bad rep for a lot of things because it seems like we're promoting something just because we're acknowledging the realities of certain things. My man has literally promoted marriage, and he promotes marriage all the time, right?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Even though he's the gender war general, right? For entertainment purposes, sure. Why not? But the thing is that oftentimes, even in my discussions and discord with people, it's not that I agree or I think that people should do X, Y, Z. I actually can acknowledge the same thing Mark has been doing all day, which is acknowledging a reality that exists outside of his sphere of experience. And that oftentimes the reason why these conversations or our conversations fall on deaf ears is because people don't feel acknowledged, because our experiences and our thought processes are vastly different than the people, because we just say, oh, y'all not living in the real world, because we're looking at it from our quote unquote real world, which is only a piece of the real world. When you got all these people watching your content and watching your conversations and be like, no, that's not my experience. And they're also part of the real world. And the real world is much bigger than our own limited perspective.
100% agree. I know this is off to the previous point because you made such a great point. I don't want to digress it, but I was just gonna say one of the other attributes of marrying around that age and the so-called prime is Logic made this statement about oatmeal pies, and I think it was very poignant because what he was saying was that when you sacrifice your body or your youth for a man that loves you, he tends to appreciate that sacrifice and appreciate the stretch marks and appreciate because he knows what that
Yes.
entails. So
Yes.
there is something for spending your if you were to look at your beauty and your youth as a life savings, there's something for investing in the relationship with the man during that period that pays a dividend in the long run.
And I would agree with that on the opposite. It's something to appreciate when a woman is there with you through the struggle to get that money. She appreciates because she went through the struggle, the hustle for you to get that money. Instead of that chick who just came in on that money and now she didn't have to go through the hard sweat and tears. She just showed up at the finish line like, yo, where the money at? You know what I'm saying? So they're gonna view that totally different.
Most men are married to the chick that was there at the beginning. Just saying.
No, not most women, because most of y'all not married. So
No,
some are waiting.
Jesus Christ, Shan, here you go. Most men that are married are married.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
To the woman that was there at the beginning.
Okay, that's not what you said though.
Well, the other thing though too is that just like I guess women go through a thing too where I'm trying to say this without telling my mom don't care, like feeling as if they gave their youth away to men who didn't deserve it as well. And so that's I mean, and she was married, but when she divorced, that was part of one of her things, is that I know I'm a woman of value, and she was a great mom. And even now, my dad says how he realized that he had a treasure. He couldn't understand it then, because they were young, and and he didn't appreciate what he had. But for her, it was a matter of, man, I wasted all of my good years in this situation. So
yeah, I mean, that we got to talk about that for real, because what we need to tell, and we got to start being afraid of the conversation, because we have to now, for the young people to understand, we got to give clear instructions. Okay. And the one thing I cannot understand for the life of me, we understand that women, we're symbiotic. We're made for each other, right? So I understand that weakness a woman gets for a man she's really into. We have all inspired that feeling in a woman before, right? So I get it. But I'm going to have a serious talk with my daughter if she ever ends up in that situation, because it's going to be like, okay, now you're in the hot seat. This is the part where you can start making mistakes. A man is already, like, if you want to move in with him or something, he's already going to take your virtue. What else are you going to give up? Because if this doesn't work out, he can't be the one left with all. He can't take your virtue. He can't take your womb. Can't make you a baby mother. He can't do all of these things and then leave you. Right? So it's almost like, look, if you're going to do that, do your best not to get pregnant. Because I just actually had to tell this to my brother-in-law. He has a girl nobody in the family likes. And everybody like, break up with her. I told him one thing. I said, one thing, don't get her pregnant. I don't care how long you with her. You don't get her pregnant, you got a clean break through life. Don't matter how long you stay with her. He's only 22. I said, don't matter. You want to keep the relationship, do not get her pregnant, then you're freaking stuck. And he's like, all right, I got you, dog. I got you, dog. This dude moved to Houston 2 months ago. He got rid of that damn girl. He out here living his best life. He did not get her pregnant. He has no ties like that to her, and he can make a clean break. That is what is holding so many women back. Not only do they give their virtue, their time, a bit of their youth, you tied yourself to this man in a way that other men, for lack of better words, find unattractive. It's not that they find you as a mom unattractive. It's sometimes the total package. Like, I don't want to deal with that nigga. Like, you know what I mean? She's still stressing over it. You know, I don't want most women to have that. It's like when you make a break, make a clean break. No, nothing on me. I don't have any.
Let me just say this: it's never a clean break, because let's just say what people don't understand is when you're in relationships and you tie yourself down. You know, women call it a lesson. You either got a lesson or a blessing. You know what I'm saying? And the problem is, let's just say you don't have kids. It's still damage. People be carrying that baggage, that damage to the next relationship, to the next relationship. Some people don't even give a pause in between relationships. They just jump from one, and to get over one, they get on another one. And it just keeps going on and on and on. And by the time you
it's supposed to be you're right. It's supposed to be a lesson, but I mean that's really what it is. It's just you have to be careful. This is why I think when women think that we are, what we usually get charged with is we're not trying to hold men accountable. But what I'm really trying to say is women know your value. Because if you let a man waste your time, he will. If you let a man take your box for free, shit, he will.
He will.
Right? We live in a world where these things are so hard to get. Nobody's going to exercise discipline when it's open, when the box is open. You see what I'm saying? When a girl's giving it up, if it ain't me, it's gonna be another dude showing up at your door, right?
Marcus. Oh, I'm sorry. What did Mr. Let Go say yesterday? Because you was in that chat about determining your value. Who determines your value based on what he said? You remember?
Oh, was it the market?
Yeah. So what he was saying was that as a individual, because somebody asked a question, like they said something along the lines of like women always say you got to love yourself before you love somebody else, and they think it, you know, the guys was just saying that's just a mess or whatever. Mm-hmm. And basically he ends up saying, well, what is loving yourself? And I responded, you know, type something in, but basically part of that loving yourself is knowing your value. And the whole conversation ended up turning into, well, you don't determine your value. The marketplace determines your value. And so I'm like, so what you're saying is you need to rely on somebody else to tell you your value, your worth. If you do that, then you're going to end up in situation after situation after situation. Because you don't have a grounding in who you are and know your value. So you're going to be looking for other people to determine and define that for you.
Y'all were having two different discussions there a little bit.
Okay.
Because you're both right. But what it's saying is that you need to know your worth, because whatever you are, whether you're a woman that exercises discipline, whether you want to make sure you're a virgin, keep your box, like, you know, you don't give your box to anybody. You're not out seen with every man, that type of stuff. There's a part of the market that appreciates that, and that is valued very high. So that's what he's saying. So it's not that, no, these people determine your value. Whatever it is you are, there is a market for it. May it be big or small. And the one thing we know is that if you're out doing those things, being a hoe, it's a big market for you. They're just paying a lot less, right? So, you know, yeah, y'all were having different conversations.
Yeah, I was like, what are you talking about? Like, I was like, like that doesn't make any sense. How are you going to
tell? I got a question. When people say, because somebody in the chat just said, so people overvalue themselves, right?
That's true.
How does that look? Like,
so
you know,
on that podcast that Marcus was referencing, Sweeney actually, despite fucking it up, he actually asked the most important rebuttal question of the night, the best one. It was genius. He said, what is the average woman doing that what is she doing where she's basically better than the average man? That was the best rebuttal question of the night. So a lot of average women, unfortunately, because of social media, because of who's in their DMs, because of the thought, the thirst traps that they're posting, they overvalue themselves because they think that the man they're sleeping with is the man they actually should be dating or marrying.
I see what you're saying. I'm gonna let you know, go. Then I have a point. I'm glad you brought that up, but go ahead.
So, like, I want to get into what Trigger Mike said with some examples, right? Women don't understand the difference between sexual attention and relationship attention.
Sure.
And so they'll look at their sexual attention and say, this is my value. Mm-hmm. When really, to what Trigger Mike was saying, that's like selling plastic on the stock market. Mm-hmm. When really relationship attention is what gold is selling at on the stock market. Mm-hmm. So the market and the value are different depending on what you're looking for or not. Are you looking for a big win, a long-term investment, or are you looking for penny stocks and just a quick pump and dump, right? With men, they too do it, and often will look at their finances or what they themselves deem as a good man, and this is now, I want to evaluate this at gold, when really women are looking at it like plastic, right? So that's how you get into that concept of overvaluing yourself. You're looking at the raw materials very differently than what the general population around you is deeming it as.
And I would say this too. When it comes to people who are average, not looking at people who are average, I don't agree with that, because I see average people with average people every day when I walk outside. That's who they're with. They're with their person that they, even dating. If you see two people outside dating, they make a match. I don't think that people are going. I think there are select few, absolutely. Maybe talking about those Instagram models or whatever. But when I day to day, I've said this before. When I walk outside, I see people who are with their match. That's who they're dating.
That's true.
Now, so I don't get that. She's valuing herself at a different. I don't know where that's coming from. On the internet, absolutely, but in real life, even when I see internet chicks and I see them with, I'm like, she gotta lower her standards for that one. I don't see what you guys are talking about. Now, I think that they may speak it, oh, I'm the bad, but that's just words, but who are you with?
So I think
don't be like that.
So Shan, I think that in that example, the people that you see on a regular basis are people who probably accurately assess the value that they have and found somebody that was equivalent to them. The problem comes in when people don't accurately assess where they place and the results that they potentially can get, and then overvalue themselves, and in some cases devalue themselves, and sell at a very, very a rate that's not conducive for good business or for a desired result. Because it's so now I will admit to this, right? So in that previous conversation, when you was talking about how men can mess the community up, it is possible that in the past, a woman I would never actually date for real, that I slept with, may assume that is now, you know what I'm saying, the standard that she. I can take that.
I think that
Maria.
So this is the thing. I think people like what they like. Inaz's idea of a great man or somebody who she's attracted to is going to be totally different from what I'm attracted to. You know,
not
what
really.
I'm saying? No, it would be. You know what I'm saying?
Not really.
What mistaken deems as attractive is going to be totally different from what everybody is different. And thank God we are, because then nobody will be together, right? So I think that people sitting here saying, okay, oh, she thinks she's too high. But most of the time, the men who's sitting here saying, oh, she's betting, she thinks she's too much. All he's trying to do is sleep with her. So who cares? If she feels like her vagina is too good for you, good. Because you ain't doing it, trying to sleep with her anyway. What are you going to do with it if she say, yeah, I'm going to be with you, user?
Well, I think what we also have done is, I think with the women overvaluing themselves, it's put a negative psychological barrier, not only to what they qualify for, but what they actually like. One of my biggest criticisms of women is that they don't know how to put themselves on. So here's the worst part about it. I can see it now through jealousy, through women being depressed, that there are women now who would say stuff like, I don't like nerds, or I don't like some women don't even like men who are articulate. They like dudes that talk hood shit. So what it really is that what they start to do is naturally they'll start moving around circles. Like maybe you start hanging around your married friends a little more. Maybe you're a godmom and an aunt to a few people, and you get to be around actual husbands who have a steady schedule. They're not out in the streets. You know, you see the way that they're methodical, the way they talk to their children, the way they care for their wife, the way they speak. And then they're like, oh, like, so now all of a sudden, a woman who has loved Pookie all her life, or love a man who had a little hood in him, that's what they all say, starts to love a better dressed man. She just starts to love a man that wears peak lapel suits and stuff like that. And the worst part is now she's 40 and she realized that I would have loved this the whole time if I'd have just paid attention when people were trying to tell me to expand your horizons. This is not only what you like, it's what you like getting piped down by. You like the total experience. What let me put it in better words.
I would say, but I see what you're saying, Mike, but I would say this. The woman who likes Pookie was not meant for the man who is in a different.
Well,
so you can't. If we go back to the Sexy Red, Red, she can change her mind on liking JJ down the street. Okay, but she was not meant for a Mike. You understand?
Let me put it this way though.
Be okay. They wouldn't even be all right together.
Not only do we overvalue, some people overvalue themselves, they overvalue their maturity level, especially when it comes to picking a mate. And what people aren't doing, and what I really wish for most men and women who aren't married that want to be, you deserve a mature love experience. That is why arranged marriages have the greatest success rate on the face of the earth. Your parents put together a mature love experience for you. You get to love your husband better when your finances are in order. You get to love your husband better when his character, morals, and value are not in question by the police all the time. Your parents knew you would love that. Your parents knew that him being a great father and you watching him do that and being the king of your kingdom would arouse you at some point. They knew all of that. They knew at maturity, like when you finally mature, you will end up loving this man more than you love any man in history. And that's what I don't think people are able to choose for themselves when they choose. They choose the immature love experience almost every time.
Anybody else wants to add? Everybody dropping off like
well, this is usually back chat time. That's why.
This is usually
first off, you up first. It ain't everybody else. It's you.
Second week in a row. Look at me doing the damn thing. I took a nap. But that's really what it was. But I think this is a pretty good conversation. And anybody, I know Marcus just dipped out. Did you have anything to say, Inaz?
I don't think so. Not on this. But I know we have a couple of super chats left over.
Oh yeah, let's do those because I don't want to miss out on those. All right, so
Black America, $2. Men never get it out of their system. Women know nothing.
What are you talking about?
Oh no. That like sexually get it out of their system. I think times have now shifted where most men don't have access to sex the way they did before. So I think that's what he's referencing. And then here comes two more. Or he just means that it never really goes away. I don't know. I think getting it out of its system the way that men getting it out of their system the way that I understand it is that they're not choosing to act on impulse and are exercising discipline. Not that the urge for sex goes away. Like I would never be delusional enough to think that men just stop desiring sex at some point, but just that they don't actively seek it out the way that they would in their younger years. 2 more years until Western civilization collapses. $10. 33% of men between 18 and 30 are virgins. That number is much higher now. And this does not include the men who pay for it. That's strange. Most young men don't even have the option to get it out of their system. So same statement.
So it's possible not to have sex. It's a lot of men doing it right there.
That's not what that say.
Oh.
That's
absolutely virgins.
Not voluntarily.
Yeah.
But they're able to. If they're virgins, that means they can keep it to themselves. May not be.
They are smashing something.
Yeah.
All right.
That means that
hand surgery rates are about to go up through the roof in the next 10 years.
That's like saying it's possible to save $1 million when you don't have $1 million to spend. They don't have the option to even engage. If they had it, it'd be gone. Like the ability to have like the sexual discipline that most women want. Unfortunately, in my personal opinion, I think it comes from having so much abundance of sex in women that it no longer matters to you.
It doesn't matter. In fact, you look at women as more trouble than satisfaction, right?
Or you can find other things you can value in women because you don't just see them as sex anymore.
Well, no, and then what I meant by trouble is that basically for me, I know people say that, when you cheat, you got to tell your wife who she's gonna be upset. I actually don't want to tell my children. That's really my thing. It's like I don't want my children to see my wife upset. Then I got to explain to them what happened. So that's like my barrier. I love the stability of my life more than the trouble that could ensue from me cheating on her. Right. So that's really what it is. Just like, I'm good.
There's a solution to that, Mike.
What's this up?
Gotcha,
2 more years till Western civilization collapses. $5. A woman's prime is a cope. I know women who are 30 plus that still have 1,000 plus guys thirsting for them. And they also have high value men pursuing them. So I hear what he's saying, and you're not wrong, but that's not the norm or the average.
Nope.
It's not the average for sure.
And this is what we value in society. Are these men thirsting for sex, or are they thirsty to give her a relationship and a ring?
Well, it depends, because I would feel like let me just give you it depends on where you are and who the guy is. Because if you remember, Bezos just married a single mom and she's of age. Bill Gates the same way. He's like, I think that depends on where you are in your life. Are we seeing these men who don't have kids, who is like the Bachelor? Absolutely not. I wouldn't even advocate for that. But we're talking about men who are 50, don't want more kids, who have kids, and they're just in a different phase in their life. Absolutely. It just depends on the guy. There's a guy for each season in your life, because people widow. Unfortunately, things happen, divorce. Those people who don't want to start all over again, but they want companionship, so maybe those are the people that they're saying is in their DM, not necessarily the guy who was in the suit that we saw in the earlier video.
Can I ask y'all a question about this DM stuff? Because I know what most men think is going on in the DMs.
I don't read mine.
Okay. So you won't be able to answer it then. I was going to ask, do I know the way men view what's going on in women's DMs, right? Do y'all feel as though y'all get the amount of attention in your DMs that men believe women are getting?
Mm-hmm. I think that you don't think so? Listen, I'm 45 years old. If my DMs look the way they do, I can only imagine a chick who is young. Enos, you're not gonna sit here and tell me.
When we get in the back chat, I will show you. I will show you.
Listen. Okay. Maybe do you have a private account? I mean, that makes a difference too.
Nope. My account is public. There are pictures. You know what it is? I will say this, right? One, I'm not super active on there. I'm not. I post. You're lucky if I post once a month, and it usually has something to do with the show. It's not like every 6 months I might post about something personal. So I think when you're branding yourself on the internet, I think those are the women that have their DMs flooded, right? I just don't do that, so it's just quiet over here, and that's okay.
And so
It's
what,
very
and you gotta figure out what the definition of flooded is. You know what I'm saying? Now, is it like thousands upon thousands? No, but it's to the point where I hate that little thing that comes at it irritates the kind of, because I'm not gonna read them. But I feel like if I click it, that means they know I read it, which means they know I ignored it. And I don't want to be mean. But anyhow.
It's a fine line to walk.
Mm-hmm. Y'all ready? They be older guys though. You know, not the ones that y'all be wanting. I didn't.
They half your age plus 7.
Huh? I do got one young one. Oh, he be trying so hard. I'm like, young buck, young
Don't look. Don't get in the mix. I had a thing for
I
older
would
women in my
never.
20s. I had an older look. I messed around and tried to start a relationship with the one. My mom seen me with it. She wasn't having it, but you'll get addicted to the energy. That's all I'll say.
I know. I've been out with him several times.
Don't
Just
do it.
on the strength of we're just cool.
He'll put your head through the wall. Don't do it.
I would never. Never.
Black America, $2. She doesn't date women 35 and up, set in their ways.
She doesn't date women 35 and up are set in their ways.
They are.
That's true, unfortunately.
Not the ones who are marriage minded, but we'll keep moving. 2 more years.
They don't have to be bad ways. So you still got ways, but they don't have to be bad ways.
Well, we just agreed earlier that women who miss their opportunity to find a husband in their younger years because they weren't focusing on it will often adjust the way that they need to find a husband past the
good ones. I don't think most women are adjusting, but like you said, the marriage-minded ones.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Perfect. 2 years till Western civilization collapses, $5. Do you guys believe in quote unquote game? The idea that a 5'4", balding, ugly guy can walk up to a girl and say a magic sentence and she'll just all of a sudden into him.
Yes, I just seen a woman on the internet with a man with no jaw. Listen.
Come on, man.
I think Riz
don't believe the internet. That's another thing we need to remember.
Listen, shoot your shot, baby. If you don't shoot it, you'll never know.
I think game is 100% real, and
it is real.
If you got Riz or whatever they calling it now, charisma or the ability.
Yeah.
Because look, being likable is a skill set that you can develop. So even if you're not that attractive, you can develop a skill set where you can grow on the woman, and they don't have the same. Like the way our biology is set up and theirs is different. So they can eventually have sex with you even if they don't think you're attractive at all. It might not never work for us long term, but it can for them eventually. So I think for sure it could work.
So the senior director that trained me, and I had a panel from my job. There was a bunch of senior directors and they're all women. And they didn't tell me anything about my interview process. Other than, I knew I had the job, I just kind of felt it. They were all geeky, me doing what I do. But she got comfortable enough to tell me, she was like, how are you doing with such and such, on your staff? And I was like, no, she cool. She was like, okay, because we had a meeting. And I felt like she was a little chippy with you. She's like, I shouldn't be saying this. Women gossip. But she was, she also applied for the director position and she didn't get it. So I figured I didn't want that to mess up y'all relationship, or if she's giving you. And I was like, oh, I didn't know. I was like, did she? She's like, it's not that she had a bad interview, but she said, boy, you came in there. You were the second one with your charisma, charming all the ladies. That shit can even help you in your job.
Yeah, facts.
I was the only dude.
Listen,
it's just like,
look, them men who don't, them virgins who, they ain't got no game. Because I'm going to tell y'all, it's shorties who get married every day. It's shorties who, it's just, it's against them. They ain't get, they probably don't have like 1,000 people, but they got people.
So, all right, I probably would compare it to this. There are people who come built like LeBron James, right? You got the height, the athleticism, and all the things necessary in order to get into the NBA. And most people would say if you're under 6 feet, it's not going to happen. But then you find people with extraordinary skill sets, and I would qualify that as game, that are under 6 feet that come in and make an impact in the league. Like, they may not be the best player ever, but they're sufficient to make it to the NBA, which is extremely, extremely hard. Like a Spud Webb or a Nate Robinson, or you've got people who've maximized their skill set to the point where no matter what, they're going to get what they want out of a situation. And I think that game works in the same way manifestation does too. The man who believes he can and the man who believes he can't are both right, even if they are the same man.
And let
So
me
it
just
may
say,
not work with every woman, but it'll work with someone.
listen, my girlfriend is getting played by a dude. He got to be like 5'8". He's shorter. He 5'7". I'm 5. He's shorter than me, so he like 5'6". I mean, I don't know what it's about his height, but he playing the hell out of my friend, and she
Why
in
does
love
his
with his
height matter?
ass.
This is crazy.
Listen, he's
And they always and when she finally tells them off, they always want to add his height in there. And your little short ass,
but she's short too, though. She's shorter than him. But at the end of the day, he getting chicks. Too many.
It was a midget at one of the
We out
buildings
here
I used to
stalking.
manage.
Oh no!
I seen him walking down the street with his
little person, man. That is disrespectful.
Okay, it was a little person that I used to see walking to the store when I pull up to my old office, right? He'd be walking down the street with his little person woman, and he got caught cheating. I remember watching her cheat. It was the funniest shit ever because she was
What happened?
chasing him.
He got caught
Their
cheating?
little legs was moving like.
Hey, listen, bro. We gotta
That
watch
shit
out.
was
Like,
hilarious.
listen, bro. There is a we gotta look out. I learned a lot about. I had a little person in my class a few years ago when I was still teaching on campus. We actually gotta watch out for them because they do a lot. Like in a lot of the relationships you see, there's a lot of abuse of them in like relationships when they have when they're in a relationship with someone that's not a little person. It's like a lot of crazy stuff going on. So she would come to class and you see all the girls kind of surrounding her giving the gossip and the tea. And it's like dudes have weird fetishes and shit. I was like, damn. So we had to get her some help. I was like, yo, I feel for these little people.
I don't know, dude. He was doing this thing because he had her and he had a woman that was the average size woman. So she was
Yeah.
standing on the corner watching it while the other little person was chasing
No,
him
women
down the
have
street.
some women have some of them fetishes
I
too.
laughing so hard.
Those women had those fetishes too. Should probably make him put on a little donkey outfit or some shit.
All right. On that note, Harrison, $5 salute.
I'm sleepy.
That's all of them.
Who you got in the Colorado Oregon game tomorrow? Marcus.
Which school? Deion
Oregon.
Sanders? Oregon. Yeah, so I'm going with whoever he with. Because it's when you get people to buy into a program, it hit different. Whether it's a team, a family, whatever. Yeah, it's like that game where y'all can lift people with a finger just by believing you could do it. You know what I'm saying? I think it's real power in
I
buying
mean,
in.
yeah, I was actually mad at him when he left.
Colorado is what
Yeah.
Deion is the coach of.
Yeah. Well, they're going
Colorado.
against Oregon tomorrow. They playing Oregon.
Oh.
They say I ain't
Who
gonna lie.
y'all got, chat?
Y'all need to see Priscilla reviewing the show y'all had on her.
Which one?
She reviewed the show.
She did like 3 shows, bro. I can't even keep up.
Did you watch them all?
I watched bits and pieces of them.
I gotta go back and watch this show because Marcus.
It's actually pretty dramatic stuff, man. I mean, she got her followers, but it's almost as if you want to even be like, "Oh, I see the point she's making," but then
Who is she? What's her deal? Why y'all talking about her?
She is Herothy.
She's what?
Like Himothy, Herothy.
I don't understand.
I was like, "What are you?"
I don't understand.
So shit. Basically, she coaxes women into like misandry.
Yeah.
So she does like the female empowerment. She does the degrading of men. She does the, there is kind of like the red pill space. There's like a smidge of like here are all the self-improvement things that are actually important, and then she will use that to proposition herself as to why women should just give up on men or only go for elite men if they absolutely want to be with a man.
So, yeah, just Shane,
While
you
trying
remember
to
when I
turn
said,
most women to her team.
you remember when I said feminism or radical feminism cannot make women look strong and capable without making men look stupid? She is the embodiment of that statement. So, this is actually the part where I'm kind of like, damn, I've if you're a misandrist, follow her by all means. That's your person. But the weird part is some of the women that follow her that I saw in her chat when I watched for about 15 minutes.
Married women
Somebody,
with families.
yeah, yo, that shit, man.
I think that people do it for entertainment. I don't think people do
Yeah,
it.
no, they don't do it for you. You got to read the chat. You have to read the chat.
That a married woman with a family siding with people
No,
in a gender war is
no.
crazy
It's
to
not.
you?
It's not that. It's so this lady she said out of her own mouth, "I teach the occult." So when she said that shit, listen, if you don't lose something like this is why when we talk about
Brainwashing, though,
men and women's
something.
brains being malleable, bruh, anybody I follow say some shit like that out of their mouth, unsubscribe, right? I'm not on the shit you on. She said when she said that, some of the women that still follow her, like they're too dismissive of the
So I'm gonna do my homework.
outlandish shit she's saying, and that's why I'm like,
gonna do my homework. I'm gonna watch the episode that you guys did, and I'm gonna watch some of her other stuff, and I'm gonna see what's the draw.
Yeah.
Well, no, if you watch it, you might come back. So some people are susceptible due to base beliefs that maybe they shouldn't go over there and start listening to what she's talking about because they're not gonna come back to say.
No, you know what? Though I'm not. I'm actually.
Me to do. You
No,
know how you
I'm
said
not
over
gonna lie.
35,
I'm not
you
gonna
said
lie.
your ways over 45. It ain't
Look,
no.
I'm not gonna lie. I think she's doing a lot of the work for a lot of these men. So, you know what I'll tell men, and not only do I promote marriage, I just want men to have a suitable partner and somebody who actually doesn't hate them. A lot of black women hate black men low key
Because of what's going on, Mike.
Well, yeah, low key. But what I'm saying is, if you're somebody who's actually trying to turn your life around, if you're like, hey, I got means now, I'm looking for a woman. I know being with a woman and having children will focus me. I want to be just like Marcus. I want to be just like Trigger Mike. These dudes know how to do it the right way. They give me the courage. I'm not about to just send you out there to get a woman that follows somebody like that willingly, because what they'll do is pretend that they can turn it around and pretend they never had that misandrist spirit to begin with, when they secretly hate you, and then all of a sudden when she's divorcing you, it all comes out, right? So
I mean, but Mike, how many people actually? I didn't even know who this woman was. You're talking about us out of millions upon millions of people. This woman's following is not that great, I'm sure.
Oh, it is. So here's the thing.
But what I'm saying when I say following, I don't mean the people who just turn it on to laugh and to. I mean like true a part of whatever occult she's got going on following. But go ahead, Ina, because I'm sure you watch Ina's. You're not, you know.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? Is like she does have a huge following, and the people who do follow her everywhere and cling on to every word that she says, and like are like they're vested in her. They super chat like crazy. They spend money like they
really
her. Yeah. I will say, because you asked what her draw is, the one thing that makes her a little bit different than some of the other misandrists out there is like when men say like some women are masculine, and these women are like screaming like banshees and hyenas and like going off the rails. She does more so like the masculine that women wish that more men would show up as. She's very restrained. She's very monotone. She is a pimp. She's very even keeled. She has like she's very stoic. She will use faulty logic, but there's still an application of logic in her argument. So like from a non-critical eye, she moves the way that some women wish their man would move. And like
she's the man. She's the man.
Very charismatic, right? She's very charismatic.
She's a better man than most of the men.
Don't do that. Now you're gonna come at me.
Let me get to the part where this is actually funny, because she's a lesbian.
Maybe she's a class.
So Chan, she's a lesbian. This is why I find it problematic for married women to listen to her. Never in life would I let a gay man lead me the way straight women are letting a lesbian lead them. Like Never in life. The dude could put a wool over all of our eyes, be saying everything he's saying, and be like, "But I like men. I'm getting up and I'm walking the fuck out." So let me explain this logically. Married women that follow this woman, I want y'all to ask yourself, or women in relationships, what do you get out of it? Because I know what the lesbians get out of it. I know what the misandrists get out of it. But objectively, you always have to ask yourself, from this teaching, what do I get out of it? So the lesbians
I'm
get
gonna
more.
answer that question next week when I
Yeah.
watch.
I can tell you right now.
Hold on. The lesbians get more women to convert over to lesbianism because that's what they want.
It doesn't work that way, y'all.
Well, no, but I'm saying that's their goal. If you got to listen to her, that's her goal. That's her goal. You got to listen.
Listen, you
The
cannot.
misandrists get The misandrists get to hate on men. The misandrists get to hate on men and have it echoed, and everybody agree with their points in one chamber of like-minded misandrists. So they get with. But married women got to ask themselves, at the end of this, do I get a better relationship with my man? No. From the shit she's telling you to do, men will actually stay clear of you and leave you for that shit. Right?
Yeah.
So the married women and women in relationships, you get nothing. So following her is idiotic. That's why I don't get it. But
so all right, Trigger Mike.
I think that's a good idea. Black, whatever. I think that's a good idea. I am gonna watch it, and we're gonna have a little discussion because I mean, all I can go by is what you guys are saying, which is not gonna give me a clear picture of what's going on. But I'm gonna tell you one thing. I don't care how great a woman tries to sweet talk me. There's nothing that's going to make me want to be with a woman.
So we got a high school in Chicago, right? And they historically have like one of the best female basketball teams in the nation. Like they consistently produce pros like Kathy Poindexter and all these other people. They have like a 60 to 70% rate of turning girls who go into their straight out, and then they come out not straight, like on the opposite side. I don't know how they doing it or what's actually happening, but they go in there one way and they come out another way. And it's consistent like that. And this the thing that Princella does that I think that the married women are getting. Like how, you know, I was saying.
I will, Parker. Go ahead. Sorry.
She embodies all the character traits that women would love to see in men. She also discusses them in detail so you can identify them when you see them. The information that she's utilizing to do this.
What's the channel? Let me put it in right now. So I can get because I know I won't.
We'll put it in the back chat for you.
Okay.
But so the information that she's utilizing, it's not her information. That's the main point that people don't really understand. She's taking information, extrapolating what she wants to fit a narrative, and then spin it out. So you can't argue with the bulk of the stuff she's saying because it's true. It's just not her independent thought. The part that you can't argue with, which I wish I would address, but is the tangent where she uses that information into the application of what she's trying to do, which is wonky, right? So, but if you don't have nuance, discernment, and critical thinking, you will be tricked because she does a couple things like really well. One, we're already primed and prepped for her cadence and speech patterns based off of Christian pastors. Right?
Pastor. She sounds like a damn pastor when she talks.
It's something to. It's something like so. It's like I know people don't
do the shoulders. You got to watch it. And he's
she does all that.
It's attractive to women.
These niggas.
I ain't never been attracted to the pastor now.
She did a utter. I was like, oh shit.
So she operates from a form of discipline and she has mandated boundaries, and she's very clearly expressing them, which puts up rails so the women can see that she's not like all the things that men should do within a relationship that maybe not in large men are doing. She's visibly displaying all of the things from the book that make it easier for her to, if you put her up in front of most of the things that the men say on the podcast and weigh her just off of 95% of her talking points versus 95% of their talking points, she gonna win each time. But even though it's not her information, she will win.
What you're telling me further pushes the narrative that no matter what you're born with, you can be a great man and get women, even if you weren't born a man. Listen. Yeah. You can be such a good man as in what women want that we don't even see the fact that you ain't a man. Jeez.
No. So this is where this. So everybody asked me, or in the panels that I was like, well, what are we gonna do? How do you fight this? This is really bad. This is radical feminism. I said, y'all, if y'all don't stop, the worst part about men is that I guess we don't like to lose, and we damn sure don't like to make it look like we're losing to women. But accept whatever else comes from this, because we don't kill feminism. Feminism has sprouted up throughout history. It kills itself. Everybody dies at the end of that movie, and they kill each other. Okay, because
y'all giving this woman a lot of power.
No, like give her all the power. She's doing the work. Like I said, for men who want to know where women's minds are and just how bad they are with their misandry, this is first date talk. So what do you think about Priscilla the Queenmaker? You watch her shit?
It's in the back.
Right?
It's in the back. He put it back.
And then the worst part about it is somebody's gonna ask, well, how do you take out Priscilla the Queenmaker? You don't. She takes herself out. So here's the worst part about women and their people that they follow. They don't even acknowledge that she will lose and damage all of her own credibility. So Inaz made a good point. All of her follower thinks she don't take L's. I watched an interview she did 2 months ago with the Saint. This dude triggered the shit out of her. Everything you said, Inaz, when she's talking to competent men that can articulate their points and do all of that like type of shit, and of course be more stoic than her. She cannot do any of that stuff like a man does. So she went against him and started going out of character every other damn.
Where's the link?
Who is this?
The Saint in the center. I saw it. Yeah, he's 100% right.
He pulled her out of character about every.
I didn't catch who it was.
Marcus, put her name in the back chat right now, please.
I put the podcast. I put the
It's all their shit.
So, but her followers will act like they didn't see that.
They
shit.
call it the Saint. Her the Saint.
No. That's who got like who actually won that thing. Another thing she does. So as much as men fight me on what did they say? That tone doesn't matter. Not only does tone matter, but you can deliver the worst message in a pleasing tone, and it take 95% of the bite off of the message. She's literally trying to convince people to do things that they're probably opposed to diametrically.
I've seen her in a TikTok. The girl, I know who she is. I've only seen her in a few. Okay.
But her tone is similar to somebody that's
she was in that Charleston White video
or a pimp, right? And men, I know we want to say I should be able to speak however I want and talk to people however I want.
Yeah.
But there's a difference between doing what you want and living with the results versus getting the results that you want and living with those.
And that's the part that I was disappointed. I'm not gonna lie with that whole thing, because I was triggered by the shit she was saying, but I just turned it into a question, because y'all see the way I was talking about the leadership thing, like, like it comes out of a book. So I just asked, does all leadership come out of a book? I didn't raise my voice. I was just like, does all leadership come out of a book? Because it's all I could do, because I was the host. But I was like, that shit is garbage. In my head, I was like, that's trash.
Maybe y'all.
Wait, please, real quick. Does she have her own channel, or is it just she's on people's?
Yeah, I put it in the private chat.
Look in the back.
Channel, though, right?
Yes, that's the name of the
podcast. That's the name of her high-powered podcast. That's her
the
channel.
link is back there. The link is back. So this the thing. Sugar Mike, I think Bruiser would have pulled the Saint in the center if y'all let him go. I think individually, maybe y'all could have done something that was the right thing. However, one of the things on YouTube is the emotional reactions of some of the men. And that right there. So when I watched that, I was thinking, okay, this is a conversation on leadership traits and all those things. This is a perfect opportunity for y'all to not only discuss this with this young lady, but actually teach her some things with the nuances that you observed throughout your life.
And let's think about it this way, though. We're being unfair.
You made me forget my point.
My bad.
She has 70,000 subscribers. It's not.
Well,
like
it's gonna. She had like 60. She had like 68 before last week.
So there's a difference between 1.1 million subscribers and 70,000.
You know what? No, hold on. I'm sorry. You're right though.
I would rather have 5 men, 30
live. She'll have like 1.8 watching. There are people with 55, 500,000 that don't have that many people watching when they go live. So
her engagement.
What I'm saying is that's listen. I put it in perspective. That's like half of my school, and we're talking about a whole world of people. So that's not a lot of people, y'all.
But yeah, let me say this to the whole thing. We always act, and this is the worst part about it. And this is something that women keep getting tricked into thinking, that all men are supposed to be leaders in the same dynamic. Some men don't know how to control their emotions. It's literally the way it's always been. White men, Asian men, don't matter. It's like, so when you put a panel of men, you see how Sweeney and MLG's actions in that moment took away all of the maturity of Trigger Mike, Ali, and it's just like, oh, so what the fuck I did all night managing 8 black people, which is hard as fuck to do. You just said, or nine black people's fucking opinions. That shit's hard as fuck. All of that gets canceled out because 2 niggas lost their shit real quick. It's crazy.
So Trigger Mike, I agree with the point that you're making. However, if the panel is supposed to be a representation of the men, we can't negate the fact that, so women, if they're going to truly submit to you, they put themselves in an extremely vulnerable position, right? And you cannot be overly emotional with that type of power over somebody.
I agree.
That can be dangerous. That can be extremely dangerous.
Let me just say this. You guys, I'm thinking I'm about to step into somebody who's got like millions of
just watch it and you'll change all your statements.
I've heard her on TikToks before. There's nothing about, I mean, she's a strong speaker. I'm like, okay, I agree with what she says, but it's not like, ooh, let me just follow everything this woman said. Like what?
All right, just watch enough of
maybe younger people. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe because I'm just older and I don't know. But I've never. But I'll watch the rest of her shows. I will give an opportunity just to see. But I think that you guys are. I don't know.
So another thing is when they talk about tonality shouldn't matter. I think we negate the point of leadership. Like, I wish you could have got into this stuff. So when you talk about leadership, one of the things that to ensure effective leadership is communication. It might be the primary thing after respect. It's respect, communication, right? And then it's a loop, right? So tonality, the way in which you approach certain situations, the way in which you elicit a message, and ensuring the person understood you is probably some of the most important things we could teach, man. Why are we telling them the opposite of that, bro?
What do you mean? I'm not telling anybody the opposite.
Not you specifically, but when they say tone shouldn't matter, women should just know that that's how a man speaks to them, and we champion that.
But that's my ultimate point, though. That's my ultimate point. Those that will listen, and this is my ultimate message to women, because from that brick incident, I've realized that a lot of women, it gave me greater perspective on how women see the world. Too many women want us to make the world safe for them, like we can actually do it, right? So what they're basically saying is fix all men. All men are supposed to be a standard version of something, and I realize how untrue that is. We're battling different types of upbringing, different types of attitudes, mental health issues, tolerances, all of that. So the leaders among us will have that type of resolve, that calm, measured resolve, either learned or nurtured, right? Or you're born with it, it's learned, or you nurture it through experience. So it's only some men. That's why I'm saying, when it comes to, I'm not even going to use the example I was going to use, but when it comes to some dudes, when it comes to some dudes debating her, she couldn't get me off my square because it's the way I talk. And even if it's passionate, I wouldn't be yelling at her or what do you call it? I wouldn't have done that dig at her family. Every single thing she said, I had a rebuttal for, which we've talked about in the chat and all of that type of stuff, without digging in on her personal life or any of that, right? But a lot of dudes can't do that, right? So some dudes are emotional.
So right? So can you put the link, Marcus, in the Instagram, our group chat?
Yeah. We'll if it ain't working.
I have her channel, but can you put the link in? Well, Mike is defending himself on the episode that y'all keep coming back on, that the Mike is obviously on. I like to see that as well. We gotta wrap this thing up. We got a few super chats that just came in. Let's see. Oopsie.
She probably will come on this show, honestly. As far as the temperament.
Well, let's see. I think we didn't do this one.
Yeah, we did.
I think she'll know. I mean, if she went back and watched it, she'll actually know I didn't
Oh, we did that
I
one
let
too.
I let her speak. Basically,
Thanks you guys
she
for
was
all
the
these.
guest. She was invited, right? So I let her speak. Like I cleared the way for her most of the damn show. Like, hey, all right, let her speak. Let her speak. They just decided to unmute their goddamn mic at the end.
So
Two
the
more
bottom
years.
line is, if you're, can you read that? This is gonna
If
hurt
you're
my
not an
eye.
attractive guy, you have to pay your way into the relationship. Yet attractive guys get intimacy for free. Life
Okay,
is
so
not fair.
let's just talk about what intimacy is. That's usually attraction.
No.
Unless you're in a relationship with somebody or you get to know them and it's like on an intellectual level, it's kind of attraction. It's kind of physical attraction, because guess what? His body's coming to, now there are other ways to get in a woman's pants by getting to her head, or they doing things that are attractive to a woman, which is a great thing, because there are a lot of things that are attractive to a woman outside of physical, thank God, because a lot of people would be having sex. So yeah, it's kind of, you have to be attractive in some type of way. Yeah, money, I guess, is a good way to get it, but that ain't gonna guarantee it, because there's a lot of men who got money ain't getting none unless they pay for it. Like literally.
One thing that I find interesting is most of the men that women tend to gravitate towards within, let's just use this space for example, have a pretty within a very small circumference of similar attributes. But those men would be the ones that other men would not want to emulate for whatever reason. And it seems like the hyper vigilant on the polar extreme is what men are emulating to push that narrative further and further away from them getting the result that they want.
Give an example.
Okay, so like I would say maybe me, Trill. I want to say Trigger Mike, but sometimes he be on the other. He don't never get into that.
Get a headache because you tell the truth. Go ahead.
He don't never get into the space where he's on the extreme. His points just align with things from the extreme. But if you just look at the men who women typically have that same reaction to, we all kind of have a similar temperament. So, I mean, success leaves clues. Why would you not study those things as opposed to the people who consistently have the same results and are consistently upset about it's almost like rare that you'll ever see me on here upset about what happened with a woman in my life, because I understand some certain things. And you know what I'm saying?
I like that topic. Success leaves clues. We talk about marriage. Most successful men are married. And even if they get a divorce, they go back and get married again. But we don't like to follow those people. We don't. We like to do the opposite. Black people, we like to do the opposite.
I say it all the time.
And pray it works for us. Like, I don't get it. It's the craziest thing ever. Anyhow, next super chat. Actually, I've been told I'm a doormat. So let me just tell you this. I've said this on this before. When I fall in love, I fall hard. Okay, the person that you guys see is not the same person they get, because my heart is involved. You feel me? So that's how you get me. It takes a while to get there, but once you're there, yeah, that backbone starts to weaken a little bit, and I'm like a sucker for love. But it's not easy to get there. So let me tell you, I'm difficult. I ain't difficult. Anyhow, anybody else have anything to say? Okay, good. So I have my homework for tonight. We're going to talk about it next week along with Marcus's favorite topic. And maybe we can talk about this lady, because she's probably going to have multiple wives.
For real, she probably will. She probably will, though.
Oh my God, Marcus, it was a joke.
Ask them, Trigger Mike, and do y'all not think she's probably?
She's that strong. I cannot wait to see this. Anyhow, I'm going to do my homework, and I'm going to come with videos. Miss Parker told me to come with videos, so I'm going to come with videos, because we got to see what's going on.
I got multiple wives now. Actually, she was in a poly relationship, which taught her a lot of the information that she know now.
Mm-hmm. Well,
damn, I didn't know that either. Shit.
Learn
interesting.
Y'all Y'all are hilarious. I can't wait to see this. Anyhow, thanks you guys for sticking in there with us. It is 2:30 a.m. here in Atlanta, Eastern Standard Time. Chat, thank you guys. Thank you for my panelists for hanging in there. We'll see you next week, 9:30, 10 o'clock, maybe 10:15, 10:30. But we'll be here. Good night, everybody. Good night, good night. Good night, good night.